Hallo.
Ja, ich höre dich.
Sehr geil. Hello everybody. Hello and welcome to our International Bachelor StEP 2021, 2022. Ooh, sorry. My name is Nils and I'm one of the Computer Science Students Council members, and I will be your moderator today and probably on Thursday as well. And I will guide you a little bit through the day, give you some hints, help you when you have questions or so. So if you have questions, just write them in the chat. We are via phone. I can always see your questions and we will see when we can answer them, maybe between the lectures, between the small presentations. Otherwise, the questions can also be answered within chat by some of our Students' Council members behind the cameras. There are a lot of people here to make this possible. And with this, I would say, let's get started. But yeah, once again, questions, just shoot them out. If you have questions, ask me. It's also very nice. We already have 12 people here. We hope for some more within the hour or so. However, yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Why are you actually here? I mean, you're all students of some international bachelor, and we sent you an email, but what is the StEP exactly? The StEP is an acronym for Studierenden-Einführungsphase, meaning the entry week basically for every student in the computer science, where we tell you a lot about what's going to happen, what you can do, what's important to know, etc. As you are from the international bachelors, you are probably most likely not from Saarland University or from Germany in the whole, but more of the maybe Europe or maybe even further out. So we might also have some tips, etc., on how you can live your life in Germany. Additionally to this, you will then on Thursday, I think, will take part in the Master StEP, where you will get additional information from our international students in the Students' Council. So yeah, that may be easiest for you. Then, why are you exactly here? You probably want information. We want to give you information. We want to give you even more information, and all the information that you need, including how you can live here, etc. So that you will have a good start into your student life at Saarland University, and especially at the computer science campus. Next, we will of course provide some kind of relaxing events like game nights. I can't exactly tell you. I think that comes later when they will be exactly, on which day and at which time. But be prepared, there will be some kind of game night, some kind of relaxing events with the other Students' Council. All right, I'm just going to, I was told right behind the camera on Wednesday, 6 o'clock, there will be the first game night for you. And maybe even more information for you. Normally, we would do this in some kind of lecture hall, where you would then get to know more of the Students' Council and not just me as the moderator, where you would get to know your fellow students. But of course, due to COVID-19, this all won't be possible, so we have to do this online. We hope that you get all the information, but be assured that when you one day come to university, we will welcome you with open arms, and you will get to know the Students' Council and how to relax and have a good time together. And sadly, normally we would also provide you with a free breakfast with everything that you need. But of course, COVID and so on and so forth, this is not going to work out, especially since I believe most of you are not even in Germany right now. So yeah, wouldn't even work out if we wanted to. One of the most important documents or one of the most important information sources for you maybe is our current StEP website. On the bottom you find a link the fsr.saarland/StEP, where you get all your information. So I'm going to shortly leave this up. You should definitely take a look at this if you don't have yet. Maybe you even joined with a link that we posted there. However, if you didn't, and if you don't know this website, this website is really important for the next week. And we also have an orientation document that you can see on the left side with the blue the blue rectangle. This orientation document is especially featured for international students, meaning that we also go over in this document how to get a bank account, etc., and how this all is set up, by how you can set this up as an international student, especially one not from Europe. This was written by some of our students, council members from all over the world, so they know what they are talking about, and you get most of the information that's really important to you on your life from this document. Otherwise, you can find on the top right, of course, all the news. Currently, we will post there when something changes, maybe within the schedule. Otherwise, you can see the schedule at the bottom. And as you can see, the StEP will be for you on Tuesday and Thursdays. Right beside this, we will have a lot more steps, but they are not catered to you. So this should work out for you fine. Who are we? Behind the cameras and in front of the cameras, there are a lot of people. You can see me, I'm Nils, as I said, in the bottom. But there are also a lot of different people that help out, like Alex, Manuel, Max, and Simon, with a special help from Nicolas, Adrian, and Clemens. And as you can also see, we do have some kind of different study subjects. So if there are questions concerning, for example, math and CS or so, just write in the chat, Alex will then help you, and so on. This is not necessarily relevant for you right now, since you're, of course, in the International Bachelor, so maybe the computer science people are more catered to you. However, if you want any question answered, all of us can do that, and if not, tell you where to go or whom to ask. Who are you? You are, of course, the International Bachelor students, so either SciSec, Cybersecurity, or the Computer Science International Bachelor. However, we additionally to these two have also the German versions of it, so the German version of Computer Science as well as the German version of the Cybersecurity Bachelors, but we also have Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, Bioinformatics, Media Informatics, Embedded Systems, Maths and Informatics, and Business Informatics. And for us now the question is, who are you exactly? And for this I would like to ask you maybe to go to this QR code so that you could answer this question, and I will then give a short overview on how this went. If you want, you can also join this one. And I just started it, so please do go ahead and you can vote where you're from, maybe. No, this is the first one is what's your current study program? All right, I think pretty much everyone voted. which is very nice. You can see there are a lot of people for the other, all right, there come a lot of okay, whoever other is. So please do write in chat if you're not one of the above, i.e. International Bachelor Computer Science or International Bachelor Cybersecurity. Yeah, please do write in chat. I mean, very interesting that you're here. Maybe there's another kind of step for you, but yeah. It's also very interesting that we have a lot more people of computer science here, but there is no problem with that at all. Just a nice overview. And I think I can go to the next question. Where are you from? This is very, very interesting for us. Because of course the idea of these bachelors are to get more people, especially outside of Germany, to come to the University of Saarland. And therefore it's, of course, very interesting to know where from. Oh, cool. Somebody from the ISS joined us, that's nice. Nice, I think we are once again pretty much at the limit. So 7 people from Europe, that's nice. We are glad about that you also come to Germany or to the University of Saarland for your bachelor's. But it's always, of course, very interesting to have also Asian and African people. And we are very glad that we could reach out to you and so far out that even you knew about Saarland University. So yeah. Very glad that you're here. All right. Then somebody just joined. I will stop this and we will continue with the PowerPoint. Yeah, just so you know, I will once go again, or I will go over the schedule that you are not necessarily required to take part in, but we highly encourage you because many of the subjects are really, really important and give you a lot of help. But of course, there's no necessary attendance. I just want to say that. So if you have to go for something, we counted Turkey to Europe, I believe. We didn't have a Eurasia continent or something like that, but a good question. Yeah, so you're not necessarily required to be here, but as I said, highly, highly, highly encouraged, since the StEP is always one of the most important things that you can know before your studies and where you get to know a lot of people normally outside of the COVID situation, as well as get a lot of information on your studies, basically. Then, starting with today, so there will of course be 2 days, one today and on Tuesday and one on Thursday. First up will be the faculty says hello. I will be done very shortly and then the faculty will say, hi, we are the faculty. For this we already have 2 professors on the line that are waiting to be here and give you a little presentation, since they are the responsible people for the study programs. Then we will also give you a little overview of our school systems and what's done in Germany and maybe outside and what you need to know there, as well as more information on university and what the differences are. We will then have a guest lecture. I think it was also Professor Hack that did this guest lecture. He's nodding behind the camera. And last but not least, but one of the most important points for you is your study programs as well as the examination regulations. So this is everything concerning how exams are written, how you get your grades, how your study is going to look like, and so on and so forth. So this is one of the most important presentations that you want to see. And then on Thursday, you will be put together with the master students, the newly joined master students for this year. They have a bachelor StEP. They have a StEP in English as well, but you will then join most of the other master students, where you will get information on how to find your way around Germany and all the necessary tips concerning this, as well as how it's currently looking with COVID-19 and what's currently being done in Germany, etc. Then a little bit more about the University of Saarland. So in acronyms UDS, you should remember that definitely. And last but not least, what you can do to earn some money while you're learning here. Then, just one more thing from me. Anybody that is in chat and who does not know either Julian, Lisa, or Munem, which are currently the buddies for the international bachelor program. If you do not know any of them, if you didn't get an email from them, if you didn't get in touch with them, if they didn't get in touch with you, or if there's no connection between you, please do write in the chat, please do write us some kind of message so that we can then put you together, because they are responsible, or they are there to help you with your coming to Saarbrücken, coming to Saarland University, and with your first 2 or 3 months here. So yeah, if you do not have any connection, if you did not get in touch with them, if they did not get in touch with you, please do write us. Otherwise, we're happy. And last but not least, as I already said, on Wednesday, 6 p.m., there will be a game night. It will be on the UDS Sofa Discord, which link you can find on our StEP website. The Sofa Discord is basically the unofficial Discord for all the first semesters. That was at least, all right. They changed it to all people. It started out as the first semesters, but yeah. The Sofa Discord is one of the most important Discords. Other than that, we also have our own Discord on the website, so please do go ahead and join us there. Then you can ask many questions. We can maybe help you, or you can get in touch with other students. And with this, I think my time is already over. We will now be going into a little kind of build-up session where we then will prepare everything for the next lecture. So the next lecture will be The Faculty Says Hello. It will be done by Professor Rossow and Professor Huck. Professor Huck will be joining us here in the room, and Professor Rossow will be joining us via Zoom. And they will answer your questions and give you a little bit of a presentation about the study programs and how your first weeks may maybe look. See you then. right, hello everybody. Hello and back again. After a little bit of a technical problem, but everything worked out. I see you all enjoyed how our our little bit of music, and I think what you saw were part of the university, so that you get some kind of vibes how it is here at university. We will now go over to the next lecture, to the next presentation, as I already told you, about the study programs. This will be done by Professor Hack and Professor Rossow. And with this, if you have questions, write them in the chat. We will ask them after the lecture, after the presentation. Professor Hack. There was another question, Max? Yeah. I might do some kind of, we are currently some other technical problems. Yeah, but I think it should pan out in the end. They are currently maybe 1 or 2 minutes. If Professor Hack, if you can give me a thumbs up if it's working. All right, it's working. It should be all right. Then I would say over to you, Professor Hack, with your presentation. Thank you.
Great. So hello, everybody. I'm here today with Christian Rossow. And Nico via Zoom. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here at Saarland University. Can you start over? Sure. Okay, so apparently I need to start over. Okay, so yeah, my name is Sebastian Hack. I'm here with Christian Rossow, and we both are happy to welcome you at Saarland University. We are super glad that you applied and enrolled in this international bachelor's program. So we have a couple of slides just to introduce the campus, the informatics side here at Saarland University to you a little bit, and talk briefly about the study programs from our perspective as faculty. Okay, so unfortunately, some of you are not already here, so but nevertheless, this is how it looks like if you are on site, on campus. And the purpose of this slide is twofold. First of all, to show you a bit about the geography, which is perhaps not too relevant right now, but what it also shows is that this campus consists of a couple of different institutions. Okay, so formally you enrolled in a university study program that is being carried out by Saarland University, the university where we both are professors in. But there's a couple of other research institutions on site, on campus, that play a crucial role in all our activities, be it research but also teaching, right? So we consider ourselves to be one big computer science site. So in addition to the computer science department of the university, there are also 2 Max Planck institutes. There's the CISPA Helmholtz Center for Cybersecurity, there's the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, there's a Center for Bioinformatics, and also in close collaboration, the Department of Language Technology here at Saarland University. So you may ask, why is this so complicated? Why are there so many different institutions? The reason is complicated, and the only thing that I want to say about it, it's essentially a constitutional matter. It's within the German law that essentially prohibits the federal state from funding research directly and leaves the universities under the auspices of the individual German states, and that what you get is essentially a very fine-grained landscape of research institutions that you can observe in its entire brilliance here at Saarland University. All right, so Saarland University and Saarland Informatics Campus, what is this? So from our perspective as researchers and teachers, the basic things that you need to know are like this. So we have about 850 scientists working here at Saarland Informatics Campus, working on computer science research topics. We have 48 professors and 31 junior research group leaders, which means there is ample opportunity for you to carry out research later in your studies, stay here for a master's program or even for a PhD program. All these people cover various different areas of current research topics. So whatever it is that you may find interesting and attractive, you will almost certainly find it here. So you have a very broad spectrum of research that is going on here. Many of our researchers are highly decorated. They were awarded internationally significant prizes and awards, which stands for the research quality that you find here at Saarland University. And I think you can say that Saarland Informatics Campus in its entirety is one of the most successful computer science research sites in Germany. So with respect to studying, we have a bit more than 2,000 students here studying in many different computer science focus programs. They come from over 80 nations, and we have 350 PhD students. So it's a vibrant place for studying computer science and for conducting research afterwards. Okay, so after this, let's briefly talk about the study programs from our perspective. So I'll start with the computer science program, and Christian will then later join in for the cybersecurity bachelor. Okay, so the bachelor program runs for 3 years, and every year is divided in 2 semesters, a winter semester and a summer semester. You start right now in the winter semester. And in this plan, you essentially see what we recommend, what courses to take, in the respective semester. So you will typically start off with Programming 1 and the Mathematics for Computer Science 1, and in your case, a language course, and a lecture series that's called Perspectives in Computer Science. So that doesn't sound very much, but the courses are typically considered to be quite challenging, especially if you make the transition from school to university. If you look at this more closely, you will see that the first 3 to 4 semesters are kind of fixed, right? So you have a little bit of flexibility. So essentially you can decide completely on your own when you take which courses. But typically this plan is a good way to follow the study program. You'll also see that later on in your studies, there are a lot of courses called core courses and advanced lectures and so on. And this is where you have some freedom to pick courses based on your interests from a large set of opportunities that we have here. So there you can essentially customize your study program to your personal interests. And of course, later on in the 5th or 6th semester, students start thinking about their bachelor thesis, and this is the latest point where you start getting into contact with all these research groups that we have on campus here, because the bachelor thesis is typically a research-oriented project. All right, so let me briefly show you the set of core courses that you can pick from, and that gives you an impression about of the variety that we have here on campus, right? So you find more theoretical courses on complexity theory and algorithms and data structures, but also very practical courses on software engineering, computer graphics, and so on. So we believe that we have an interesting and broad mix that should cover all of your interests. All right, so Christian, do you want to join in for SciSec?
Yes. Also very warm welcome from my side. My name is Christian Rossow, and I, together with Sebastian Nack, designed these 2 study programs for you. And myself, I'm responsible for the cybersecurity program. And the structure of this course is very similar to the computer science one, with the major distinction that from the first semester onwards, you will always have at least one lecture which is on security topics. So what you see here is that in the first and second term you have foundations of cybersecurity. In the 3rd semester you have cybersecurity lab where you practice your cybersecurity knowledge, and the Pro seminar where you start giving presentations and reading papers on cybersecurity topics. And likewise, as in computer science, you can also specialize in cybersecurity topics. This time, not in terms of core lectures, but in terms of advanced lectures. So you see this starting at the 4th and 5th semester. We have the cybersecurity complementary lectures that you can choose from, and the advanced lecture on cybersecurity that you can choose from, and the seminar, the bachelor thesis, and so on. So starting from the 4th semester, you have a lot of freedom of what you can select. And I think we have a slide which shows the a selection of advanced lectures that you can take. So as I said, in the intro course of the first 2 terms, you will learn all the basics, very basics, but only very bad detail. So essentially a very shallow course. So I understand there is audio issues. Do you want me to start over again? That's perfectly possible. Then maybe re-swap the slide to back. Is it better now? Can you give me a brief sign? Yes? Okay, very good. Thanks. So welcome from my side also. My name is Christian Rossow, and together with Sebastian Hack, I designed these 2 study programs, and I was the one person behind the cybersecurity program. It's structured very similarly than the computer science program, with the one major distinction that from the first semester onwards, you can specialize into security topics. So we have the foundations of cybersecurity lectures 1 and 2, and the first 2 terms, we're going to continue with the pro seminar, cybersecurity lecture, in the 3rd term, and then have complementary lectures in 4th term onwards, including also, of course, your thesis, of course, seminars, and a lot of advanced lectures from which you can then specialize in different topics of security. So you're going to learn, of course, also the basics of computer science. That's equivalent to the computer science program, like programming 1, like math lectures and so on. But then also go into the details of security from the very beginning. And the way you specialize is as follows. From the 4th term onwards, you have to pick from a couple of lectures that you can attend, which we're going to call advanced lectures. They all are worth 6 credit points, which is like you have about 5 lectures of this type per semester. And then you can pick at least 4 of these lectures in your study program, ranging from theory courses like crypto courses, public key cryptography, and so on, machine learning, more crypto-oriented, very practical courses like mobile security, looking at Android security, for example, like physical layer security, looking at network security, and also more very technical lectures like the side channel attacks lectures by Michael Schwartz, where you look at the details of internal CPUs. So here you can go for your taste, and whatever you like most, you go for it. The selection here is completely up to you, and it's actually the same selection that you can also get in the master course afterwards. So please leave some of these lectures for later, and there's sufficiently plenty of opportunities to take these lectures. So I guess this more or less concludes a very rough look into the 2 programs, and you of course will now have to look into the programs in a bit more detail, and the Students' Council will help you here. This is why this StEP is here. This is only a very short welcome from our side. We look forward to have you here on campus as much as we can. Already right now, as we said, all the lectures are also viewable now online, but we also would like to see you on campus. So we're looking forward to get you into contact. And well, good luck with your studies, and enjoy this week of preparation. Bye-bye.
Okay. Damit wäre dann, no, I'm sorry. I have to choose the English language. I'm very sorry. I was just talking in German. With this, I think we had a good overview over how the bachelors are set up, and a big thank you already for Professor Hack and Professor Rossow. We do have 2 or 3 questions. Data science. So these questions, I will think we will answer them with Professor Hack maybe on the chair here right beside me. But I can already tell you that for data science and artificial intelligence, normally just English is not enough, because it will, no, please do go ahead. Very professional, yeah. Yes. Yeah, so we do have 2 questions. One is whether data science and artificial intelligence, especially the Bachelor of Science, whether it is sufficient to know just English for this kind of study program?
For DSAI?
Yes.
It's a good question. So I don't know all the courses by heart. As far as I know, it doesn't have a minor subject, so there shouldn't be any problem. So all the basic courses will be in English. Mm-hmm. But so if you haven't enrolled yet, it may be the case that it's nevertheless necessary to provide a German language certificate, because there may be courses that are offered in German only. Mm-hmm. That may be the case. So I cannot guarantee that all the courses will be in English for these programs, but they definitely will be for the English Bachelor program.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can't be sure, but it should be so you should be able to talk a little bit in English, in German, and you should have a certificate, a German certificate for this. What you of course can do is maybe start out in a international bachelor, where you then start with a kind of English, or with everything in English, and then you can maybe later on switch if you're a little bit more proficient in German or so. Then you could then switch to another subject. However, how this is working out is another topic, and it will be, I think, talked about in one of the last presentations today. Mm-hmm. The other question was, but I think it is already answered, whether international bachelor computer science students can enroll in the honors program at the SIC.
Absolutely. It's open to all our students. Yeah.
And there you have it. And
so I should say, so you can apply, right?
You can apply. Exactly. Whether you get in is a completely other question.
Everybody's eligible.
Yeah. And with this, there are no further questions. I don't think there are any more information that needs to be.
Let me just say one thing. So I forgot to thank you. It's great that we have the opportunity to welcome everybody here, and I think it's absolutely fantastic what you've pulled off here, and we're super grateful for everything that you do as Students' Representative Council. So I just wanted to say this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you as well. And it actually got another question coming in. Can bachelor students generally participate in research groups?
So there is no rule forbidding this, and there is no restrictions. So I can say the following. Okay, so to do like bleeding edge research, of course, you need to have some foundations. But nevertheless, in every research project, or in many research projects, there's also a lot of work to be done. So if you're still in your basic studies and you know a little bit of programming, I think it's not a bad idea to contact people, ask research groups that you find interesting if they are so-called HIVI jobs, so these are student assistant jobs, where you can start joining a group and start working on some kind of, for example, a coding project or so. Of course, the further you progress in your studies, the more things you will have learned, and the more productive you can be in research. And I think so what is absolutely in your favor at Saarland University and at Saarland Informatics Campus is that we have many research groups, and we have perhaps not enough students to accommodate all the needs. So you're like, market-wise, you're in a very good position, because you essentially, I guess you will be sought after. And if you're interested in working with people, at some point, I would just like write one of the PhD students of the group an email saying, okay, I'm looking for a HIVI job, and would it be possible to work with you? So I would just try that if I'm interested in working in research.
And a little tip from a student: if you are very interested in one of the research groups, and you already know one of the, or you already have heard, for example, a lecture from this professor, or for example, Professor Hack, who is mostly doing programming too, mm-hmm. and further lectures that you are not currently would probably listen to. And if they are looking for tutors, that's always a good way to get the foot in the door and to start out in such a research group, because then they know if you work good, if you are working well and they like that, and
Absolutely.
with that you have a good foot in the door, and then you can maybe later on join the research group.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And go like this.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a great comment. And perhaps I want to add one thing. I guess the best thing for you to do is to just get noticed, in a sense that people know you, and a tutor position is an excellent way of doing this. Yeah.
Yeah. Can only subscribe to this. And with this, I would say thank you very much, Professor Hack. Professor Rossow is already gone, I think. But thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us this short lecture, this short presentation.
My pleasure.
And with this, we will go to our next presentation, but I think we will have a little bit of a setup time again, just like quarter of an hour ago. And the next lecture will be by Nicolas, who's also one of the Students' Council volunteers, so he helps us. And it's about the school versus the university. See you then. All right, welcome back once again. After the nice presentation from Professor Hack and Professor Rossow and the answered questions, we will now have the presentation from Nicolas. He's also with the Students' Council, and he will go about school versus university. Nicolas.
First question, can you hear me? I asked, okay. Well, this presentation is about school versus university. And before I go further into the presentation, I have to do, wait, everything all right, Max? Okay, I have to do a few little disclaimers. The first one is that feedback from recent years said that this presentation somehow was discouraging for some people. I really just want to say we do not want to discourage anyone. We just want to warn and basically raise awareness for a potential way that has a higher success rate than the ways that are obviously failing or more likely to fail. The second one is that some information or a lot of information is based on our experience, and my experience dates back a bit, and it was especially before all this corona stuff happened. So some information might be flawed because there are new regulations and some lectures might have evolved over the period of the online era, let's call it like that. And the third one is a rather small one. If I sometimes or somehow turn into a grammatically flawed version of Nicolas who does not know how to speak English, it's because I played a bit too much Counter-Strike recently with some Russians, and this might turn out in a funny way. But let's start now with the presentation. First, I'm going to give you a quick overview. On the left, you see the Otto Hahn High School, which is basically one of the biggest or the most well-known high schools in Saarbrücken. And on the right, you see university. You see it's a completely different order of magnitude. I will come back to this order of magnitude right after the next slides. And I'm going to continue with some other facts and figures first. So in university, in school, at least in the German system, it's that you have basically like a 2 or 2.5 month period of school, and then you have 2 weeks off. Or in the summer break, you have 6 weeks off. And you can see that here, so basically you have 4 to 5 holidays every year. In university, this is all a bit different. You have semesters, which are 6 months long. In these 6 months, you usually have like 16 weeks, which is around 4 months of lecture time, and then you have lecture-free time, but lecture-free is not like semester holiday as it's often called. It's more like the time where you have to write exams and, I don't know, get like internships in and stuff like that. So even though you might definitely have a lighter schedule, this can be the time where it counts, so it can turn out to be even more stressful, at least in the beginning. Most of the time you write the exams right after the lecture period ends, and if you successfully finish the exams, then you have semester holiday. But going now back to the size of magnitude between school and university. In school, you, for example, have around 70 teachers, around 900 students, a few employees, like a janitor, for example, and you usually have one students' council. Maybe one for the older students, one for the newer ones, but usually not that many. In university, it looks more like that. I don't read out the exact numbers because that would be a bit irrelevant. But you see there are way more student councils, way more teaching people. You've already seen with Professor Hack how many we are at the SIC alone, but this is now for the entire university. So you see it's a completely different order of magnitude, and thus also structure has to be different. Let's go to the structure of teaching. Well, in school you had lessons, you had homework, written class tests. in the German school system, lessons basically every day from 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. Homework basically every day, but not everybody was that eager to do it. And then you had written class tests, which were like once or twice a week, depending on how many subjects you had to write the class tests. And so you have a lot of class tests, but the material that is asked in the class tests is not that much. On the other hand, you have university. So university, there you have lectures, which is not like lessons because you have lessons much more frequently. Lectures are usually only once or twice a week. I go into the depth of each of them a bit more. You have assignments, which is basically like homework, but I recommend to do it with way more frequency than you do your normal homework. And also you have exams, which are usually quite big exams. And additionally to those three, you also have tutorials, you have tests, and you have to do rework. So basically your after university study. So as I've already mentioned, I will go into a bit more depth about the important parts. So let's start with lectures. You do not need to attend lectures. We all know that. And many people do not attend lectures. Sometimes you cannot attend lectures because you want to hear two courses and they somehow obey the same time slot, then you obviously cannot attend one of them. But I can only recommend that you attend these lectures. And there's a simple reason. You have a professor who's an expert in this field for mostly over 10 years, sometimes 20, 30, 40 years. And they are teaching this stuff maybe not for the first time. So they are experts in their field, and they are also probably experts in explaining that field. Of course, you can also go onto YouTube and try your luck there and try to get some information. But for most of the time, the professor is one of the best experts you can get. Then materials are available online. This holds true for most of the lectures, especially now since we are in or past the online era where everybody had to shift to online. But I remember back in my days when we had math lecture, we basically had to write or copy our own script from the clipboard. So it's not mandatory to have all the materials online. Also, recorded lectures. I wanted to write their recorded lectures. Some lectures recorded and also posted online, sometimes just for a limited period of time, sometimes basically for the whole semester. But this is not mandatory for the professors, so not all of the lectures do it. And just like I've already said with my math courses, there is no guarantee for the completeness of the provided materials. So if, for example, in your math courses, somebody says, yeah, I'm gonna copy everything down from the board, and then I'm so kind and upload basically my entire script, then the chair does not guarantee that this script is perfect. But for most of the times, it is pretty close, or it is actually perfect. So I've already said that the professors are mostly experts in their field. So I've tried to translate some memes that I have in the German version for that, and I tried to translate them in a way that they actually convey the message. So in the left, you have the, I would say, average attendee who just sits there because, well, it works better with their consciousness, and then they, I don't know, play Minecraft on the laptop. It's not advised, but quite often people are distracted and just sit there because they feel the need of sitting there, but they're not actually paying attention. However, this is also a big factor why you should go into the lecture. If you're actually sitting there, you have the chance to find out hints like that. For example, what the professor definitely determines as relevant. Most of the time, just everything is relevant. Sorry to say that, but that's just the way it is. But when the professor emphasizes something, you should definitely listen to, and I don't know, maybe emphasize this a bit more in your learning. This was now about the lectures. So when the professor actually talks to you, try to teach you the new stuff. Now let's get on with the tutorials. In tutorials, you have a tutor. A tutor, most of the time, is a student from a higher semester who has already or he has to be through this course, and most of the time they already succeeded with a quite good grade. So let's say they are not experts in this field of study, but they are definitely experts in getting a good grade in this lecture. Tutorials are usually in small groups. It's not like this in the entire campus. For example, if you go to the business administration chair, there are tutorials with one tutor and 400 attendees. At least that's what it was before Corona happened. In the computer science department, it was more like one tutor for 20, maybe 25, but through the semester, as more and more people drop out, it's not rare to see one tutor for 5 people. Also here, mostly no need for attendance, but if there is need for attendance, then you definitely should, of course you then should come, but you cannot make the exam otherwise. For example, in my math lectures, it was like, you can miss out 2 tutorials at most. If you miss out a third one, you either have to write an email and hope that your professor is really nice, or that the teaching assistant is really nice to you and says it's all right. But otherwise, they do not have to admit you to the exam. Also, quite often, you have a test at the beginning or at the end of the tutorial, which basically determines whether you're allowed to be admitted to the exam. Most of the time, you have to score overall 50% in all the tests combined. And in the tutorials, there's not just the test, there's also the discussion and the hopefully the correction of the assignments. Sometimes they miss out on the correction part because they just upload a solution and then they ask you to read it. And then you can discuss any parts that are not clear, but most of the time the solution is pretty clear. Of course, there are the tests, and this is what most of the tutorial is about, further exercise. So the tutor can try to find out what are the students not so capable of performing right now, and what are they capable of performing. And hopefully there's a dialogue between tutor and the students. And as a result, the tutor is aware that the students have learned something this week, and the students actually profited in a way that they will hopefully have an easier time to pass the exam later on. I can tell you from experience, it's painful if there's no dialogue. So when the tutor just talks like for 1 hour, 40 minutes without ever getting visual feedback or any form of interaction, because he does not know what he should talk about. Yeah. And also the students do not know what their real weaknesses are, because, well, yeah, sounds familiar from the lecture, this topic, but would I really be able to answer exam questions? You'll never find out until you try it, and the tutorial is a real good place to try. We've already talked about tests and assignments multiple times. Let's go a bit more into depth about those. The assignment is basically like homework. Most of the time you have to do 1 a week. And with most of the time, I mean like every lecture has 1 a week. For most of them, they are mandatory in order to be admitted to the exam. Some of them are not mandatory, but then you have tests. So there usually, at least in the computer science department, is always some regulation towards who is admitted to the exam and who's not. These assignments are graded by the tutor. Of course, you might think, well, each tutor has a different way of grading my homework. But I can tell you, to be admitted to the exam, you need 50%. And if you actually want to pass the exam, I have to say the homeworks are most of the time much easier than the exam. You should be able to get 50%, no matter which tutor it is, in the easier version of an exam. Because to pass the exam, you most of the time also need 50%. And if you already failed the easier version throughout the entire semester, how do you expect to pass the entire exam later on? So it should be easy to get the 50% here. And also I encourage you to do all the assignments. Most of the time, especially the, let's say, more or less better students, try to get all their points in for the 50% threshold as early as possible, and then in the last 2 weeks they don't do the assignments anymore and say, well, I use the time that I'm not wasting on the assignments to learn other stuff for other lectures or to already revise for this lecture. However, I can tell you that most of the time the last 2 weeks are pretty important, because this is what the entire semester builds up to. So there's a high chance of this actually being in the exam with quite a heavy weight. So I would really recommend you doing the entire assignments. The last aspect is that they are quite often to be handed in groups. And I can tell you, if there is the option for groups, please make groups, because it's a difference between a tutor creating 30 times the same assignments or to be creating 10 times the assignment, because everybody handed in groups of 3. So it saves a lot of time for the tutor. The tutor does not get more money if you're too stupid to build groups. So just try to build groups if you can. It saves a lot of time, probably for you and probably for the tutor. Just when you build groups, remember, you have to know all the stuff in the exam. It's not enough to just know the part that you have prepared for in the assignments. Let's go about tests. They're not in every lecture, but especially in the base lectures, most of them have tests at the beginning of the tutorial. They are, like I said, at the beginning and mostly also once a week. And if there's no mandatory assignment, then most of the time the tests are mandatory to be admitted to the exam. And just like that, I want to get closer to the exam. This meme should demonstrate that there is a difference in the level of difficulty between school and exam. In school, you probably have quite often gotten, I don't know, a B or a C without really doing much. And even though you thought you had better prepared, you thought, I just take off 1 point there, take off 1 point there. It's not like that at university. Quite often you have a cheat sheet, what that is, I hopefully come to later. And you don't really get points for just writing out the formula, because you could have had that on your cheat sheet, and that's not really worth any points at the university level if you can copy something without really using it in an appropriate way. I mean, the lecturer wants you to learn something, to be able to use something. Another thing for learning for your exam is this little spot the difference. I mean, you can learn you can learn almost everything, or you can learn, it can be in the state that you have that you have everything almost learned. So basically, I want to say that a difference here is, it's sometimes better to say, yeah, I have really understood these parts, but I've understood them in depth so I can reproduce them, than saying, well, I've basically just been there, the explanation from my tutor makes sense, but I'm not really able to reproduce any of this in the lecture, in the exam, and that's just wasted time. It's like listening to a playlist and then you said, yeah, I've spent 12 hours listening to that playlist, but in reality you're not, you've listened to everything, but you can't reproduce anything. I think it's better than, at least at university level, to only listen to half the stuff and be able to reproduce half the stuff. Of course, half the stuff is not enough for the exam, but that's why we go into the exams now. I've already talked about the admission multiple times. Attendance is the most rare admission rule, but points and assignments and tests are definitely more dominant. I've talked about the frequency at the very beginning. Usually you have like one exam per lecture. Sometimes there are midterms and end terms. Midterm is basically an exam that you write within the semester, which would be for the winter semester like around Christmas. And the end term would then be around or at the end of February. And there are also re-exams. For every exam there is a re-exam. And well, this is basically the exam which determines your grade. For grades, the better exam counts. That means if you go into the exam and the re-exam and you pass both, and once you have a 1.0 and once you have 1.7, the 1.0 counts. But of course, if you fail both, then you have two fails. If you fail one and pass the other, then obviously the pass counts. Yeah, there are different variants to determine a final grade. For example, if there are midterms, I've seen midterms which have just been there, so you can be admitted to the final exam and they just count towards admission. But I've also seen midterms, for example, in my Programming 1 course, it was like 40% of the final grade was the midterm and 60% was the end term. And then one thing which I've highlighted here is the exam inspection. Please go through the exam inspection. Quite often you will find points, not because your tutor is malicious, but because they try to correct everything as fast as possible. And especially in the first few semesters, one tutor then has to basically correct a few dozens, maybe even 40, 50 exams in one day. And then he will make errors, or after some point he will stop trying to think, how wrong is this answer actually? Is it just deduct 1 point or is it deduct 5? So go into the exam inspection. Quite often you will get some points, and yeah, this is just a very important clue from my side, or hint from my side. And there's, at the end, I've said potential rewards. There are lectures which give out rewards for your final grade. For example, in data networks, they said you have the assignments, 50% are admission rate. So if you pass 50%, you're admitted to the exam. 65% is you get 0.3 bonus, and 75 was 0.7 bonus. So if you had a 1.7, you would get 1.0. There is obviously no better than 1.0. But it's nice to know that you're basically getting an improved grade. Of course, this only applies if you pass the exam, so you're not making a 5.0 to a 4.3 or what. So let's go a bit more over the timetable. This timetable on the left, I don't want to say it's a typical school timetable, but it illustrates the key differences. You see that there are many lessons into basically without any free time in between them. And at university level, you see on the right, there are very few lectures, and it looks like there's a lot of free time. By the way, because I was not able to reach the LSF yesterday night, I did not put in the effort and try to do a translated version of the new timetable. I'm sorry for that, but if the LSF is unreachable, there's only so much I can do. So what is your timetable made of? Usually the lectures are once or twice a week. Usually 6 credit points are 1 lecture a week and 1 tutorial. 9 credit points are 2 lectures a week and 1 tutorial. They consist of 2 hours. I've written there 1.5 hours because most of the lecturers will start at 15 past, or as we call it, CT, and at a quarter of an hour early. When the lecturer says that they start ST, it means right at that time. So like 10 o'clock ST is really 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock CT is 10:15. And there are predefined dates. So when a lecture is happening every Wednesday from 10 to 12, then it's for the entire lecture period, Wednesday 10 to 12. And it doesn't really change in the semester. The tutorials are usually once a week. And there it's not, the tutorial slots can be predefined, but you usually have the choice of a time slot. So there are multiple slots offered. Of course, some will be more popular than others. For example, Monday morning at 8 o'clock will most of the time be not a very popular choice. But an algorithm will figure out, according to the preferences of all the students, what the best distribution would be, so that we have an overall best satisfaction. And there's also a last thing, which I haven't talked about at all yet, which are office hours. This is basically, these are basically time slots where a room is booked from the chair, and most of the time teaching assistants or tutors are present there, and you can go there, work on the assignment, and you will actually get help. Of course, the tutor does not solve the assignment for you, but he provides help for you if you actually need some help, and sometimes he can heavily guide you towards the right direction. So let's go a bit more depth into an actual timetable, because like this, I mean, the lectures are pretty sparsely distributed. You see a lot of free time, and look, on Friday you are finished basically at 12, so you could turn into something like that. But I've already said multiple times that you also have to study, and just sitting in the lecture and, I don't know, playing Flappy Bird is not really the way to go. So how could your timetable look like? Well, this is just an example timetable. You basically see the previous slots which are obeyed by the lectures. Then I've inserted for every lecture an according slot for the tutorial. Then I've also inserted the office hours because, well, sometimes you need some time to actually deal with the assignments. So office hours are a great way for that, at least in order to schedule it sometime. And then you also need, you have multiple deadlines, usually one per lecture each week. And then you maybe also want to do, I don't know, language courses, a bit of sport, which I can highly advise to do. And you might also, I don't know, have other obligations like, I don't know, maybe playing Counter-Strike in a team like I do. But that doesn't really matter. You just see that it's much more full than it actually looked at the first glance. And considering mathematics, I think in this example here, I've used like 4 hours for one assignment sheet. In math, that's, well, an optimistic calculation. Most of the people who actually do the assignment and who are not super bright, they use like the double amount of time or even more. So please be aware that there is a high workload in the Bachelor, and you should definitely put in the work. So after I've actually showed you now what the workload actually could look like, you might think that there are too many deadlines and you feel suffocated. But this is why we have to StEP. We want to raise awareness for how much workload is and how you can or you should approach it. Because if you just try to do everything last minute, like probably most of us have done at school, it's not going to work at university level. And because stuff is not working at university level, that basically is the reason for changes from this, where in school 1 person per year misses out, to basically university, where around half of the people are gone. For various reasons, some might just figure out that computer science is not the way to go for them because they don't have the interest. But quite a lot of them, if they don't put in the work, well, then they unfortunately also can't make it. So the last little meme from my side, considering school versus university, is the everyday life of a computer science student. And I think this one is really fitting, because most of the people think that they're doing some really great stuff or they're inventing something. I should have actually swapped one picture here. But in reality, you're just basically working and working for your next deadline, and hopefully you're acquiring enough knowledge, skills, and actually having fun, because that's actually an important part of doing or learning what you want to do as a job later. I think for the next iteration of this presentation, I should swap the what I really do for what society thinks I do into something like hacking Facebook or some stuff like that, because a lot of people still don't understand what computer science is about. And now something that's basically showing that karma is a bitch. Well, I'm the fat guy from the student council, so I have to talk about where you have to get, or where you can get something to eat. I don't know how many of these food supplies have survived the lockdown, but the most prominent ones should be the Mensa with Mensa Café, Ausländer Café, which I'm not gonna translate because I don't think that I can do a reasonable translation now. Philo Café and iCoffee should be the most used ones for you. The Mensa Café, well, the Mensa is the big building up there. You have the choice between A, B, and C. A is basically all, or where you also get meat. B is usually the vegetarian or the vegan option, but it's especially labeled when it's vegan. And C is free flow.
Streamausfall. Ja.
Es geht nur noch ums Essen, das ist nicht schlimm. It's good. And C is basically the free flow, where there are various dishes offered for various prices, and you just have to look if something is really appealing to you. Then there's also the Mensa Café. Usually you get a dish that most people will like more often. For example, you find pizza way more often there than in the Mensa, or at the top floor of the Mensa, but it's also a bit more expensive. Then you have the Ausländer Café, which I have no idea what they actually provide, because I've never been that far up the campus in this direction. And the iCoffee will be your go-to station for coffee, sandwiches between the lectures, because it's situated right here in the campus center, basically, or in the Saarland Informatics Campus Center. One last little station that I want to talk about is the Philo Café. The owner usually posts the food that they offer for next week on Facebook, and I don't think that they actually post it anywhere else. Usually you cannot pay there with your student card, but only with cash. But the food there is really, really good. It's a bit more expensive than at the Mensa, but it's really, really good food. And if you have, let's say, €1 to spare, you can definitely try that out. Here you have an overview where the different food locations are situated. You can just pause the stream if you are searching for something, or Google it. But that has basically been it here. The Mensa also has a homepage, which is mensa.de. You will find a lot of puns with Saar in Saarland University and basically everywhere around Saarbrücken. Yeah, I've already talked about the Philo Café, and that's it from my side, I believe. And I'm sure questions will be asked via Nils again, if there are any.
All right, thank you, Nicolas, for your presentation about probably some of the most important things that you know, that you have to know on campus. And just as Nicolas and as was written in the chat, we can't stress it enough. Please, if you have the ability, please do work in groups where allowed, and hand in your exercises in groups where allowed, because that way it makes it way easier. I currently don't see any questions in the chat, so if you do have some questions, please ask them now. Otherwise, Nicolas will be here probably the next 5 to 10 minutes still, so you can still ask your questions. I can't see any questions currently, so thank you, Nicolas, for being here. Thank you for doing this kind of
You're welcome.
presentation.
And I hope that everybody, or at least most people in the stream, actually will give a feedback at the end of this entire thing. Because I'm a voluntary member, I do this entirely just for you guys. I don't get any credit points. So I would really appreciate some feedback. And maybe a bit more than just approved, okay, irrelevant. But a bit more like, well, this guy can't speak English, the slides are crap. I don't know, we want more memes, we want less memes. Just a bit information, please, as a feedback. I would really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
All right. And with this, we will want to go into a technical break. And after this, Max will join us with a small presentation about all the university systems, including the LSF, which is very important, as well as the CMS and the SIM, which means all the necessary technical portals that you need will be presented by Max. And with this, see you then. right, welcome back to our next presentation. This presentation will be done by Max, and it will be about the university systems, the LSF, the CMS, and the SIM system. We already saw you had some questions in the chat, so the email with which you can reach us was help@cs.fs, as was written by one of the Students' Council members. The email fachschaften@asta.uni-saarland.de that you wrote in chat is not the correct one. With this, you will get to the ASTA, basically the students' organization from all university. So you won't get to the Computer Science Students' Council, but to the people who are responsible for the Students' Council overall the university. So please do write us to help@cs.fs or here in the chat or on our Discord, as you can find on the website. So on our website, fsr.saarland, you can find basically everything with which you can reach us, concerning email, concerning the Discord, concerning Twitter, I think, and so on and so forth. And additionally also some Telegram channels. So if you want to reach us go there. It normally has something within the reaches of cs.fs.uni-saarland.de at the end. The other question was what will be taught in the lecture series Perspectives in Computer Science. This is a so-called Ring-Vorlesung, so Ring lecture, meaning basically this is a lecture in which you will get to know many different research groups at Saarland University. Every week there will be a different lecture, a different professor, a different research group leader. I think 13 or 14 people. And they will then present you with what they are currently doing, hopefully in a way that you can, as a first semester student, can understand. And the meaning of this lecture is basically to tell you where we are, what kind of research groups we have, and that you may then later on, so that you have an overview of what's going on at Saarland University, and maybe know later in which direction you want to go yourself. And since there are no other questions in chat, I think I would give this over to Max, and he will talk about university systems.
Hi, I'm Max, and today I would like to guide you through all our systems, LSF, CMS, and SIM. And I also want to welcome you here at Saarland Informatics Campus, and especially today to our StEP. So let's get started. The name is ANI Systems, LSF, CMS, SIM, or how to survive at least the semester. This is related to organizational parts. And yeah, let's get started. Okay, my presentation hangs. Yes, okay. Great. So there are 4 major topics in a time kind of way. So the first is before semester, then during semester, exam period, and documents. So first I would like to show you how and where you choose your lectures and where you create your timetable. And after that I try to tell you a little bit about exam admission and time management. And yeah, then starts the, I think, most important period, the exam period. So I would like to show you how you register for an exam and where you can see all your grades. And yeah, later just a little bit about documents. I show you where you can find your transcript of records and the matriculation certificate. So first of all, this is the page of our examination office, where you can get all the important documents, but this is later explained by Nicolas. So I just show you where you can get the documents. You select your course of study. Then you have to scroll down a bit, and there are all the important documents. This website is available in English and in German. Most of the documents are available in English, but not all by now, but I think this will follow soon. And this may be your example plan if you're studying cybersecurity in English. So at the first semester you may have the lectures Programming 1, Mathematics for Computer Scientists 1, Foundations of Cybersecurity 1, and some mandatory elective. This could be an introduction to Python, for example. Yeah, and now I will give you a quick explanation what these types of lectures are. So there are basic lectures and mandatory elective lectures. These are kind of base type lectures. So in basic lectures you learn, for example, Programming 1 is a basic lecture. You learn so-called the basic knowledge about programming. And Mathematics for Computer Scientists 1, 2, and 3 are also basic lectures, so you know the basics of mathematics for all other kind of lecture stuff. There are also core lectures and advanced lectures where you can have a deeper view in very interesting topics. Then there are so-called seminars and pro-seminars. In the German school system, I would say this is quite similar to Seminarfach, where you hold presentations, you create your seminar thesis and write book reviews or stuff. So this is a kind of didactic thing where you learn how to work with papers and stuff, so you get into the scientific thinking and working. So there are two things left. First, 3 points. I wrote it in quotation marks because I have to explain a little bit. 3 points are, for example, a language course. So here at our Sprachenzentrum, you can learn different languages, and they have different courses. For example, Intermediate General English is one of the courses you can take part, and then you get some credit points in. If I stick to the example with Intermediate General English, this would be 3 credit points, but it can be up to 6 credit points. Last one, and this is the this is the most important, is the bachelor thesis. This will be at the end of your study time, and this, like I said, the most important, but this is also kind of study regulation stuff you will learn later. Okay, so there are 3 differences in CP you will get. So there are 3, 6, and 9 CP lectures, and this differs in the tutorials you have and the lectures hold per week. So if you are attending a 3 CP lecture, this will be most likely 1 lecture per week. And for a 6 CP lecture, it's 1 lecture per week and 1 tutorial. And for a 9 CP lecture, this will be 2 lectures per week and 1 tutorial per week. But this is something Nicolas has explained earlier. So we have 2 Nicolases, so 1 later and 1 was the one before. Okay, so now I will show you the LSF HISPOS system. This is one of our most important systems. So in the LSF you can create your timetable, and you will later also register for your exams, but this topic I will go through later. So let's go to the LSF. So if you are at the main page, it will look like this. So I've already entered my student ID and my password. In case you don't have your study ID or your password, I can quickly go through so-called the application SIM. I will show you that you can Google everything here. So this is no problem. You will find everything. But okay, I didn't saw that I prepared it. Sorry. Okay, there is it. Okay, you maybe know this screen. Yeah, this should be the page where you made your enrollment here. So I will quickly enter my old enrollment ID. No, this may be a typo. Okay. I will try once again, and if this doesn't work, I will switch to my slides again. Okay, I will switch to my to the other slide deck. No problem. Okay, this is a little bit weird. Okay, there is it. So I have a second slide deck where I prepared a kind of offline version if the other one doesn't work. So let's get into this. So this is the screen you saw earlier. And if you are logged in, you see this screen. And then you just click on your application. This is the one below here. And then you click on Documents. Then it's called Kennungsschreiben Infoblatt. And then you see this paper here. And there you can see your matriculation number and your study ID. So you can just copy the HITS ID. In my case, it's MAVA 0002. And my master password is, of course, a secret for you. So you won't get it to know. When you know your student ID, there are also two other important things to know. So how you can reset your password if you forget it, or how to log into Microsoft or the SIC account. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You can reset your password at this link here above the screen. So below there's a kind of formula where you can enter your student ID and your master password and then reset your current password. So it's very important that your master password stays your master password. Your master password won't be the one where you log in everywhere, but it still stays the master password. So with your master password, you can reset your current password if you forget your old one. So keep it a secret. This would be very good for you. The second thing I would like to show you is how you log into Microsoft. It's quite similar to every other login except one thing. In other cases, you might write your student ID at stat.uni-saarland.de. But in this case, you just miss the stat. So just add uni-saarland.de. That's everything. Okay. And now I would like to tell you something about the SIC account. This will be more important for you in the future. But for now, I will show you the services related to this account. First is the seminar and pro-seminar system. This thing is for the register for seminars and pro-seminars, but as I said, you will need this later, so I don't know, in the 3rd or 4th semester. There's also the SIC GitLab, where you can create repos and just use Git. There's also Nextcloud, where you can store other files. There's a ticket system where you can write support tickets to the SIC, and there's also Microsoft Azure. You may got an email from the SIC administrator with your SIC account, so that he created one for you. But this could be not the case. I don't know. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky. So I'll show you how you reset your password, and there you also get to know if you have already an account. Otherwise, you can contact the SIC administrator. So you just go to the link on the slide, and then you can type your student mail address, so your student ID at stat.uni-saarland.de, and click on reset password. After that, you will be notified that an email has been sent. And here is the email I get. Everything was successful, and I just have to press the link. Okay. When you press the link, it says reset your password. Your new password will be mailed to your actual address. Okay. Then you get another email, and there you can see your password and your ID. You don't have to try this password, it's an old one, it wouldn't work. If you want to keep it, everything is fine. If you want to change it to a different one, maybe you can remember, I don't know. You can click the link below, and then you will be redirected to this page, and you can change your password like everywhere else. Okay, just change password, and you will be notified that it was changed. So if you need to read further information about the SIC account, this link is the way to go. So if you want to know something additional, just click it. And maybe I can note that here. My slides will be uploaded after my presentation, so you can click through everything, and this wouldn't be a problem. So, okay, I will go back to LSF, because now I want to show you how you create your timetable. So, I have already entered everything, and now I click OK. I select English, so nearly everything is translated. And okay. Now I click on Administration of Study. Oh no, sorry. First I click on Schedules. So I show you my time schedule, but now it's completely empty. This should be also the case for you if you haven't done anything in LSF yet. So let's create a new timetable. Courses. Courses is the right thing to go. So you click on Course Overview, and then you click on Bachelor inklusive Optionalbereich. You scroll down a little bit. I will do it at the example of cybersecurity in English, but it's quite similar for computer science in English. So you click on your course of study. and then start with basics of mathematics. There is mathematics for computer scientists 1. We click on that. And there you can see some information about the course, about the term, about how much credit points you will get if you succeeded, and there are some additional links. And here are the slots where the lectures will be told. So Wednesday from 10 to 12 and Friday from 10 to 12. One important thing is this table, so you can see which version of exam this lecture has. So it's important that there it says 2021-1. So this is the current version of your I'm sorry, I'm lacking the English word Prüfungsordnung. Examination regulation. Thank you. Examination regulation, sorry. These organizational terms are a little bit tricky. Okay. Just click on pre-select and schedule pre-selected. And the LSF will paste this lecture into your timetable. So I think we just add some additional ones. So let's get back to Bachelor. I clicked the wrong one. Cybersecurity English is the right one. Basics of Computer Science, and then Programming 1. And it's the same like mathematics for computer scientists. Here you can check your version of the exam, and you can just again pre-select and schedule pre-selected. And one further Bachelor. So then you can also click this red arrow. Then you see everything related to cybersecurity English, and then we pick Foundations of Cybersecurity 1, which is in your example study plan. So again, scroll down, pre-select, and schedule pre-selected. So now there's one important thing. You have to click on Save Schedule, otherwise the LSF deletes your temporary created timetable, and after you clicked on that, it's saved and everything is fine. Okay, let's get back to my slides. So, your timetable may look like this at the moment. So we have added SciSec 1, Proc 1, and MFCS 1. Later on, there will be tutorials which will be announced in, I don't know, the first week of the semester. So there will be a tutorial for Proc 1 and the tutorial for MFCS 1. I just put them there. It's likely that the tutorials will be somewhere else in time, so don't mind. Okay, then you you also have a language course, so I put it just on Monday. And now I would like to tell you something about exam admission, which is also very important. There are some types of exam admission. So some professors make the admission by attendance, some by exercise sheets, where you get an exercise sheet per week, and you have to do all the exercises and send it to your tutor, and he or she will then correct it and enter your points into CMS or Moodle. Another form are mini tests. So at the example of Proc 1, it's very likely that I don't know on Tuesday or I don't know when before the lecture, 10 minutes, for example, there will be a mini test where all the stuff from last week will be asked, and you have to answer the questions. There are maybe multiple choice or some other form of questions, and you just ask them and submit it, and then this also will be corrected by most likely the tutor. There are some other forms of exam admission, for example, programming projects, which are likely in Proc 2, for example. So, I don't know, you have to implement an routing algorithm or a compiler or stuff. And I think that's everything about that. And the other one is midterm. So there may be a second little exam, like Nicolas told you earlier. So there may be a midterm in, I don't know, December, and the main term is in, I don't know, March. And as Nicolas said earlier, this may be part of the final grade or just part of the exam admission. And there could be other types of charge, but I haven't had any, so I only know this ones, but there may be some others. So, and now again, a live demo with LSF, CMS, and in this live demo, I will show you how you register in CMS for Proc 1 and MFCS1. So, first I have to show you where you can get the links to the CMS. So you just can click on Proc 1. And then most likely at the point additional links, there is the LSF link, the CMS linked. So you can just open it in a new tab. And there you have the CMS related to Proc 1 taught by Professor Gerd Smolka. It's very important that you read everything. So on the main page of CMS, there's most likely very much of the needed information to hopefully successfully attend the lecture. So read everything here and then click on registration for this course. And then you have to enter your personal data. You have to select a password. You have to select when you could attend a tutorial. And they ask some other questions which are most likely for just statistical things. And after that, you click on register, and then you get notified by the CMS that you have registered for this course. At the moment, there are, I don't know, I think 3 different CMS. So one 6 CMS, the Depend CMS by Dependable Systems and Software, and the CISPA CMS. So if you created an account in one of these 3, this is responsible for the whole one. So if you registered for Proc 1, you already have an account, and then you only have to register for the lecture itself and not create an additional account. So relating. In case of MFCS, it's a little bit tricky. If you click on that, there is not a direct CMS link, but you can also click on that. Then you're getting redirected to the website of the chair, and if you scroll down a little bit, you can click on Lehre 2122. Then scroll again down a little bit, and then you can click on Mathematics for Computer Scientists 1. And then you can click on CMS, and then you're getting redirected to the CMS. Yeah, it could be easier, but it is how it is. So yeah, no problem finding the right CMS. Again, you can click on registration for this course, and yeah, then you can enter everything. As I said before, you don't have to create a new account, so you can just log in. So I will do this, for example. Hopefully it works by now. Yes, it works. Okay, so as you can see, if you are already logged in with your CMS SIC account, then everything above will get filled out, and you only have to fill out the stuff below. So next we go back to my slides, but I think it's only one additional slide. Yeah, okay, this is just the slide that I, yeah, this slide is not important. So the next thing I would like to show you is how to use Moodle. This is the link to Moodle, and then you just click on login up here. You click on standard login. You select Universität des Saarlandes, Saarland University. You click on this button, and then you can just log in with your student ID. Click on login. Then you have to scroll down a little bit, click on accept. And there we go. So now you can just click on dashboard, I think. No? Home. Yes, home. Home is the right thing to go. So then you can select informatic, for example, and then you can search for a course. I don't know, last semester it was Stats Lab, which was in Moodle, so you can enter Stats Lab, and yeah, this is, okay, there it is. So, Stats Lab from the summer term.
There's a language switcher on Moodle. You can switch language.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Alex. Alex mentioned that there's a language switcher at the top, so it will be easier for you to follow me. Sorry. Okay. There you can see, yeah, like it is in the CMS, every important information regarding this lecture. But this lecture is not important for you. It's just example to show you how to search for lectures. You may hear a statistics lab later in your, I don't know, second or third semester. Okay. So maybe we have a quick break here so you can click through everything yourself, and I can answer your questions if there are some in the chat.
All right, I am back again as well. Thank you, Max, already for this introduction. There were one or two questions in chat concerning how to actually register for the courses. Mm-hmm. I think that was pretty much answered already. Other than that, Could you maybe in just a few sentences again go about the exact steps that you take for registering, for example, for Proc 1?
Ah, okay.
And then the LSF as well, so people know how to go for the exams.
Okay.
Just
yeah, I can just quickly show you again. You go into the LSF and go to your pre-created timetable. Click on Proc 1. Go to the CMS. And inside the CMS, you can simply click on registration for this course. By now, I'm logged in, so as I said before, if you already have a CMS account, your personal data is filled out, and you just have to fill out the preferred slots for a tutorial. But if you have not a CMS account yet, it will look like this, and you just fill out your personal data, first name, last name, email, username, matriculation number, and stuff. Then you select a password for your CMS account. Also select a preferred slot for a tutorial. Fill out this statistical information and just click on register, and you get notified by the CMS that your registration was successful, and in the future you will most likely get many mails to your student mail address, and this is most likely related to news the lecturer sends out via CMS.
Okay.
I hope this answers your question.
I think that answers the question pretty much. Shortly, for a little bit of extra information concerning the exams. Exams you will register twice, basically. Once in the CMS. So just for your information, until you have to register for the exams takes a long time. Normally, the last moment that you can register for an exam is 1 week before this exam. And normally, you register once in the CMS and just click a link with, yeah, I want to register for the CMS, so that this then means, all right, the professor knows all of these people are registered for this exam. And last but not least, you have to also register officially in the LSF, so that everything is done officially. This is the most important one. You can basically miss the one in the CMS, but you always have to register in the LSF if you want to take part in one of the exams. In cybersecurity, there's the mandatory elective with 3 credit points. Is there any lecture with 3 credit points allowed, or do I have to find it in a specific area? I'm not exactly sure if it's what kind of mandatory elective, but I'm currently hearing that the last presentation that we will have about the study programs by Nicolas will answer all of these questions, these highly specific ones.
Yes, exactly.
How do you register for the language courses? This is not done via one of these websites. There is the Sprachenzentrum at university. However, we are currently, as we are currently part, you all have your buddies probably, and we are currently working on this. So whether they will then tell you to in which language courses you can register. The LSF is basically the most important thing for exams. Yeah, this is where then all the examination officers know that you have registered for this certain course, as well as tell you your grade. So everything that is in the LSF, that's basically bureaucratically correct then in the German at university. However, of course, there can happen some mistakes, like the grade was not correctly set in, but you have to register for exams on the LSF. That's the most important part. Other than that, basically, yeah, that's the most important part for the LSF. The courses will not run over the LSF or in the LSF. It will just be basically exam registration, and you will find which courses you can take. Okay, I answered some questions. Max answered a question. All right. I mean, we can, if there are currently no other questions in chat, I think, about the language courses, we will get back to you. And yes, there are no further questions, I think.
Okay. I quickly opened up the website of the Sprachenzentrum, so you have seen this. Yeah, this is the way to go, but as Nils said earlier, this should be explained to you by your buddies. Okay. I think, okay, genau. The next step is explained in on my slides, I think. Oh, sorry, I opened the wrong ones. So, now your timetable may look like this. So, I inserted some canteen breaks. So, you may be hungry after one lecture of Proc 1. So, this is the way to go. And this was explained by Nicolas earlier. So, yeah, then maybe at Wednesday afternoon you will do some sports, maybe here at campus or maybe somewhere else. Then you may have to learn for the test in Programming 1, so I inserted also some time slots for that. Then okay, I think this is 2 times the same slide. Then after that, you may have formed a learning group for Proc 2 where you recap all the stuff and yeah, do exercises together with other students. And yeah, then you have to solve the exercise sheet for MFCS1. This usually takes some time. That's why I assigned so many time slots for that. And later you may have also created a learning group for MFCS1. Then you should solve the exercise sheet in SASEC 1, if there is one. And on Saturday you may read through the slides or read through the script or stuff. And yeah, I also asserted some time slots for that. And now I come to the exam admission. This is very, very important. So if you are not admitted for exam, you are just not admitted. You cannot take part at the exam. So this wouldn't be a good thing. So the first point, like Nils mentioned earlier, the exam registration is most likely in the CMS and in the LSF. So you can see on your personal status page that you can register for the exam. So you just press the button there and then it says that you are registered for the exam in the CMS. And after you did that, you can also register, and you also should register in the LSF. So I will show you that, where you can do this. So let's get back to the LSF, to the home screen. And Then you can click on administration of exams, apply for exams. You check the I accept box and click on next. Then you have to click multiple times on edgy lines. So you click on that one, click on that one, and then you click on this one. So now you should see the lectures in which you would like to take part at the exam. For example, Programming 1. You have to click this again. Okay. So normally there should be a button that you can register for the exam, but as it is very early in the semester, it seems like the exam is not registered in the LSF so far. So I will show you how it would look like. Okay. Seems to be in this slide deck. As you can see, there are a lot of slides, and this is the slide deck that will be uploaded later, so you can look through all the screenshots I made earlier, and yeah, it shouldn't be a problem to do everything you need. So yes, it would look like this. So here at the example of telecommunications 1, you click on the lecture, you click again on the lecture, and then you click on the exam. And then there is this button, register for exam. You click on that, and then you're getting redirected to this page, and there it says that you should enter ITAN number 13. And I think this is a good point where I have to explain a little bit relating the ITANs. You should have gotten an email by or a letter by HITS where there are 2 ITANs to create a new ITAN list with multiple ITANs. In case you not got one, you should contact the HITS. I will show you how you do that. This is this portal here. It's the help desk of the HITS. HITS stands for University IT Center Management, something like this. Then you also enter your student ID and your password. Click on Tickets and New Ticket. There you can select who is responsible for that. It's Anfragen zu IT-Themen, so it's the first one. Then you can enter a subject and a text, and you just kindly ask if someone could generate some ITANs for you and send them via mail. And that's it for now. So if you have your ITAN list or your ITANs, I'm sorry, this is a bit of a mess because it's over 100 slides, so it's very difficult to navigate through it. Just let's get back to LSF. I think that's easier to explain. You click again on administration of exams. No, administration of study, sorry. Then on create new item list. This is again not translated. And then you have to enter the first item and the second item, and just select 40 tens. This should be enough for now. And then you can create lists. So you enter, in my case, it would be item number 23. You enter this here, click on create list, and then the LSF generates a new item list for you. And you need to enter one of the new items on this list or one of the old, but this is written there, and yeah, then you can click on activate, and then your new item list is activated. And again, like the master password, you should keep your items a secret, and I don't know, just print the item list out and delete it from your computer, so no one can access it. And yes, I think we are getting to the nearly the end of my presentation, so I would make a quick break here and ask if there are additional questions.
I don't believe there are. I didn't see any the last time I checked. Let me see again whether that was something that changed. Just the information, there's also your transcript of records in the LSF. And maybe a personal disclaimer, which is definitely not official. The LSF is not really beautiful. And we get a lot of so we get a lot of feedback that people don't like the LSF. Just a short disclaimer, we in the computer science, and I mean the whole SIC campus, can't do anything. We cannot do anything about the LSF. The CMS, which is beautiful, is done by us. However, the LSF is university-wide, and we can't do anything about that. So we apologize for that, but it's not our fault. We would like something more beautiful and a little bit easier. But yeah, other than that, yeah, there are no further questions.
Yes, okay. So let's get back to my slide deck again. To this slide. So now I would like to mention some points relating the exam itself. For the exam, you need your student ID, so keep in mind to have your student ID card with you. If you aren't able to have it with you, normally in other card, like in Germany, your Personalausweis would be also sufficient, but it would be better if you have your student ID card with you. Then non-erasable pens would also be very useful, so at least one, but it would be better that you have 2 or 3 or more with you in case 2 or 3 pens don't work. This would be not nice during the exam. Also, you're allowed to have a dictionary with you to translate from the language of your exam into your language. And yeah, there are some other points, like you may be allowed to have a calculator with you, but this is getting explicitly allowed. So if there is no, I don't know, there is no point where it says that you are allowed to use a calculator, you are not allowed to use a calculator. So Yeah, in some exams you're allowed to have a cheat sheet with you. This is normally a two-sided paper on which you can write nearly everything, but it should be handwritten, so you are not allowed to print something on this. Your bags have to be put to the edge of the auditorium, and your cell phone and smartwatches, etc., have to be switched off and put in your pocket. It's often allowed to eat something or drink something during the exam, but it would be better if you eat or drink something beforehand or after the exam, because you may need the time. And at the beginning you should read the information on the first page, and you get some introduction by the professor or the teaching assistant. And it's also very important that the exam itself stays closed until you get told to open or close it, or do something other than read and sign the first line, the first side, because this may be lead into trouble. So don't do it. Here are some tips from my side. Make sure to be at least 1 hour earlier there. So there may be problems with your bus, or there may be traffic jam, or I don't know, other incidents, I don't know. Go to the toilet before would also be a wise tip, I think. So you really need the time in the exam, so going to toilet is just a waste of time. Start with the easy tasks and skip time wasters. So if you need more than, I don't know, 5 minutes understanding this exercise, just go to the next one, and if there is some time left at the end, just look at it again and maybe you know what to do. If something is incomprehensible, you can raise your arm and someone comes to you, and then you can ask, so misprints can also occur. Okay, yes, you should write down your name and your matriculation number at the beginning. So most likely there's a box on the first page where you can write it down. And if you have additional paper, you should write it at the top, so the lecture team knows that these pages belong to your exam. As I said earlier, the exam is opened and closed after announcement, so don't open it before, and don't try to write 10 seconds longer, but because this is not worth failing, so don't do it. And again, I can't say it enough, do not forget to register for exam. If you forget it, no one can help you. So keep in mind to register at least 1 week before the exam starts. If you forget it one time, you can write a really kind email to the examination office and ask if they could register you by hand. Most likely they do it once for you, and then they say, okay, we did it once and we don't do it again. If you forget it further, then it's over. Okay. So you can find your grades on the personal status page on CMS and also in the LSF. And I will show you where to find your grades in the LSF. So you click again on Administration of Study. you click on study reports. No, this is wrong. Administration of exams, sorry. I'm a little bit lost right now. You click on info on exams, you click on that, then you have to click on this tiny box, and there you see your registered exams, and the grade can be found there. Okay, so this is the table where my grades are. So there you can see my grade in Programming 2 was 2.0, for example. And all your other grades will be listed here. Okay, this was quite easy, I think. Let's get back to my slide deck. Okay. It started from the wrong slide. Yes. Okay. Now I will come to all the other documents you may need. So there is not only the application SIM, there's also the normal SIM, where you can log in with your student ID, and then you can click on documents, click on this button, and then you can select the document you need. For example, the Immatrikulationsbescheinigung, which is the matriculation certificate, and this may look like this. So in the blue box there is some personal information about you, and it's in the middle of the paper. There's every information about your study time. So you have applied for, I don't know, cybersecurity in English. You've studied 2 semesters and also 2 topic-related semesters. Yeah, that's this one. There's also the Semesterbeitrag certificate. So this consists of the costs of your study. So you pay 288 euros per semester, and if you did this, then this certificate will show up in your SIM. So there's no other feedback if you have paid the study fee. So just go into SIM, and if this certificate shows up, then it's clear to you that yeah, your money arrived at university. Okay, so as a quick recap, here is a little timeline which you should do when. At first glance, you have to, or you should schedule your semester in LSF, then register in CMS, and also if you have a course in Moodle, you should register there. Then you should stay up to date. As I said earlier, you will get emails from the CMS, and also you will get emails from Moodle. Then the exam admission is also a very important point. And yeah, this is like also I said earlier, you find on your personal status page. And again, do not forget to register for exam. It's really, really important. And if it's necessary, you register both, so in CMS and LSF. Then in CMS, you can find your grade at first glance, and later in LSF. And you should check that the grade in the LSF is the same you have on your personal status page in CMS, or on your I don't know how it's named in Moodle, but there is some great overview you find on the left. I can quickly show you that. So Moodle is there, and you can just click on my courses. For example, I am registered for HMI2. Then you scroll down a little bit, and okay, it seems to be named grades. You can click on that. For example, there are all the exercise sheets and the points I got for them. And yes, there should also be, yeah, there is my grade, 3.0. Okay, let's get back to the slides. Okay. Now I will quickly go through the 3-point section. As I said earlier, there are language courses. You could also get a tutor job if you are very good in the lecture and the I don't know, you get a 1.0 in the exam and the lecturer says, oh, would you like to be a tutor? And yeah, this is a very cool thing because you can explain the topics and to others and help them to get through the lecture in the next iteration. There are also other courses you find in your study regulations, which will be explained later by Nicolas. And a little advertise, you can also be an elected member of the student council. We would be very happy to welcome you as new colleagues here. And yeah, I think this is nearly it. Just the last slide about accept help, accept offers for help. There will be offers by your friends. There will be offers by us. So if you have any problems, just stop by our office. Just drop us a mail or contact us in I don't know, any way, and we will try to help you. You can also contact the study counseling if it's related to your studies, or you can contact the Psychological Counseling Center. The short form for this is PBB, and it's offered by the Studentenwerk. Okay, we are now at the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And if you have any questions later, you can ask on Discord or wherever. We will answer them.
Okay, then a big thank you to Max. A very long and very big presentation. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for setting it up. There were some questions in chat, but they were pretty much immediately answered. One was concerning whether exams will be online or offline this semester. As was already answered in chat, this highly depends. We want to try to make it available for people that can't join to make them online. Otherwise, it would be really bad for you especially. But as already said, write them as soon as possible, that it may not be possible for you to take an exam offline, so in presence here at university, so that they can set everything up, because they need some time to do that. And the lectures or the exams are then also quite different from ones that you have to write. And the other question was when to register for exams immediately or just right before the exam takes place. As was already written in chat, there is no one solution. There are pros and cons for both of them, meaning if you register at the end, you are sure that you want to take this exam, that you can take this exam. However, con is of course that you may not forget the deadline, because if you're behind the deadline, there might be problems for you. So if you're sure you want to take this course and do the exam, then you can already register right now. The other way around is that you register right now. However, the problem with this might of course be that you will then drop the course because it will be a bit too much, or some personal problems or similar, and you forget that you were enrolled for registered for the exam. And if that's the case, you will lose one try. So every time you are registered and do not go to the exam itself, you will lose one try. You have 3 tries normally for each exam. So if you register in the beginning, make sure to deregister if at some point you drop the course, especially with mandatory electives. There are no other questions in chat, so I would... And of course, what's also important, especially if you are at Saarland University and basically everything you want to do here, exams, etc., we're currently having the regulation of the 3 Gs, so that you are either vaccinated, tested, or have had COVID-19. Recovered. For like you had it half a year ago, I think was the idea. Most importantly is tested and vaccinated. So if you spend time at Saarland University, these are the 2 things that are definitely necessary, or one of the 2 things, let's say it like that. And with this, I would once again thank Max for this presentation. We will once again go into a little setup period, and after that Professor Hack will join us once again with a presentation about code optimization, and so you will already learn the first things in your computer science studies. Thank you and see you then. right, and welcome back to another little presentation. As was already teasered after the last presentation with a lot of information concerning what you can do at university, we of course want to also give you some information what you actually might learn here. And for this, Professor Hack will now give you a little introduction to code optimization using colored graphs, I think.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so I'd like to do this as interactive as possible. So whenever you have questions, just don't hesitate and put them in the chat. Maybe I'll also have some questions for you, and you can put the answers also in the chat. And Nils is kindly here to interact with you during the chat, and then he will get back to me during my talk. Okay, so I'm in the business of compilers, and that's essentially a keyword for analyzing and optimizing programs automatically, right? So it's a general term that subsumes or that stands for static code optimization and static code analysis. So we're in the business of trying to find out things about programs without running them, just by looking at them, so to say, and then transforming programs in a way such that they fulfill certain properties. Mostly, we're interested in making them run faster. And I'll give you a short motivation of why this is relevant a little bit later on. So from a very high-level perspective, what do we do? So what happens if you program, so maybe you've already written some programs yourself, but typically what happens when you program is the following thing. So you have a so-called high-level language, like, I don't know, perhaps Java or Python or whatnot, right? Where you write a program, so in C, which is also some kind of not so high-level programming language, but nevertheless, right? It would look something like this. You write some program text, and then you put some code inside, and so on and so forth, right? So the program is merely a piece of text that you type into some kind of editor, and then you run this program through a compiler, and what comes out is essentially zeros and ones. Well, I mean, this is cheating a little bit because on a computer, this left-hand side thing here is also zeros and ones, but it's different zeros and ones. So these are the zeros and ones that the machine understands. So this is some kind of, let's say, machine language, right? So every processor, every computer, essentially has an interface that it provides to us as human beings that we can use to program the machine. And this interface is very low level. So if we would program our programs in this low level interface in machine language, then we would be terribly busy writing very simple programs, because this is not really the level of abstractions that humans would like to operate on. That's why we have these high level program languages that are more suited for humans to express what the computer should do, right? And then we rely on compilers to essentially produce something that a processor, a CPU, the computer can understand. So these compilers, they're almost everywhere. So if you play a 3D game, then underneath the entire machinery is a compiler that compiles some programs for your graphics card in order to compute the colors of your pixels, right? If you have 60 frames per second and, I don't know, 1 million pixels per image, the stuff has to run fast, right? And then there is a compiler that takes the code that the game company wrote in order to determine which pixel should have what color, and compiles this down to a machine language that is understandable by the graphics card, by the GPU. Or if you open Google Maps, for example, there is a compiler in your web browser that analyzes the code, the program code in which Google Maps is written, and compiles this down to the processor of your computer, right? So these things are everywhere, and what they essentially do is they automatically analyze and transform programs. So today I'd like to show you a bit of an important and interesting program optimization that is super relevant for the performance, so the speed in which the programs run on actual machines. And I choose this optimization because it's it can be very elegantly expressed as a mathematical optimization problem. And the reason why I wanted to do this is because here in Saarbrücken we put a lot of emphasis in expressing things in a formal way. So we are not interested in just doing stuff and somehow realizing that they work, but we also would like to formalize them as mathematically as possible, and then prove properties about the things that we have formalized, right? And so the technique that I'm going to talk about today is very nicely expressible in a mathematical setting that is also very straightforward for you to understand, and has some surprising connections to other things that you perhaps know from your daily life, but more about that later. So why is that relevant? So if you look at, so this is the motivation part, if you look at modern computers, they essentially provide to you as a programmer the abstraction of some kind of memory, right? So a computer has this huge memory where you can put in data and you can get it back. So the problem in hardware or in computer architecture is essentially the larger the memory gets, the slower it takes to access the data. Yeah? So for example, perhaps you've already seen something like this. If you buy a computer, it has a certain amount of main memory, of RAM, of random access memory, like, I don't know, 16 gigabyte or 32 or something like this. And to us as human beings, this memory is super fast, but from the perspective of the CPU, of the processor that performs the actual calculations, this memory is super slow. Yeah? And the bigger the memory gets, the slower it is to access. And the faster the memory gets, the smaller it is. So there's some kind of a problem here. And because of that, modern computers essentially use an entire hierarchy of memories that is called the cache hierarchy to trade off size against speed. So, and I've drawn you an example for this here on this slide. So on this not so very new Intel machine here, it looks like this. So inside a processor core, where the actual computations are done, there's what is called the processor registers. These are super fast memories that essentially can be accessed in every clock cycle of the computer, right? So a computer is typically clocked. There's some kind of clock going on that runs super fast, and you can access such a register in every clock cycle. So it's the fastest possible mode of access that we have. However, these registers are super small. So for you as a programmer, you can access about something like 128 bytes or something like this, right? So that is ridiculously little. So then in the first hierarchy of this cache, you have 32 kilobytes, which is already much more, but you're already like 3 or 4 clock cycles slow, right? So you can essentially imagine this in the following way. In every clock cycle, your computer can perform one calculation, like an addition or so, right? And if it takes 3 to 4 clock cycles to get data from memory, the computer could have performed 3 to 4 calculations in this time. So then in the next hierarchy, memory even gets bigger, right? So like 256 or 512 kilobytes or a megabyte or something like this. But you're already like 10 to 12 clock cycles away, right? And in the third level cache, you're already 30 to 70 cycles away, but you may have something like 8 megabytes or something. And at the very end, the main memory, which is like 16 or 32 gigabytes, you're 100 to 150 clock cycles away. So what I want to show you with this is that, like in modern machines, it's not so important how fast the computation is. It's much more important how quickly you can get your data to the place where the computation happens, okay? So the things that are slow in computers is not the computation, it's more the memory, right? Getting the data where you need it at the right point in time is crucial to provide the performance that people expect. Yeah? So you can, for example, if you need to load a datum from main memory, within the time that it takes to bring the datum into the processor, these 100 to 150 clock cycles, the machine can perform like 100 or 150 calculations, okay? So of course, a fast processor isn't worth anything if it has to wait all the time for memory. So, and So this cache hierarchy is one way of addressing this. So it's a hardware mechanism to essentially try to bring the data as close as possible to the calculations. And another mechanism of dealing with this that is very important is a static code optimization that every modern compiler performs, and this is called register allocation. Before I continue, are there any questions so far? Is there
Currently not, no.
All right, so please interrupt me at any time.
I will do so.
Okay, so I'll start with a very simple example. And that's the one that you can see here. So this is supposed to be a program in a perhaps odd form for you. So this is the way that compilers or program analysis tools represent programs. It's not a piece of text, it's more like a graphical structure. And you essentially can see three ingredients here. So you see these small balls here, these points. These are called program points. And then you have these edges. These are so-called effects. So what the program can do is it essentially can transit from a program point to another program point that is connected by such an edge. And if it makes it such a transition, it performs the action that is annotated on this edge here. So this very simple program, it doesn't compute anything meaningful, it's just there for the sake of the example, essentially performs ordinary calculations, right? And what you can see here in these effects is essentially some calculation on the right-hand side and some assignment to a variable. So a variable is a concept that programming languages provide to programmers to make their life easier. So you've seen on the last slide that for a computer it is super important to realize where the data sits, but you as a programmer, you don't want to be busy with deciding this particular value that I'm interested in and I need in my further calculation sits at address so-and-so in main memory. You just want to give the memory cell that you use to store the value that you're interested in some kind of name, like A, B, C, or D, or even perhaps a longer name that is more meaningful to you. So here the names are pretty short, just to have it very compact. But variables are a very common abstraction that programming languages provide to programmers. Okay? So what happens here, if you execute this program, it will start at this program point here, and then if it transits to this program point, you would read the value of the memory cell that is associated with this variable D. You would read the variable A, add the values together, and store the result in variable E. Okay? And the same here, you would read the value from B, read the value from C, add them together, and store the value into variable F, and so on and so forth. So at some points, the program can branch. So based on some values, it can take a decision if it wants to go left or right. And it also can reconverge again to continue on a common path. Okay? So that's essentially the way that static code analysis tools or compilers think about programs or represent programs. So one important task is to map these variables that are only there as an abstraction to the programmer down to the things that actually exist in the machine. So that could be memory cells in the computer, but these could also be these registers inside the processor that we've seen here, right? So there's these registers of which we have only very few, but we can access them in a very fast way. So the more variables we can essentially allocate to these registers, the faster the program will run because we don't have to fetch the data from the cache hierarchy or even from main memory. Okay? So notice that even an L1 cache hit takes 3 to 4 clock cycles, right? It's 3 to 4 times slower than accessing a register. So putting as much as possible into a register is super important for the performance of the program. So but how do we achieve this, right? So here we have these variables, and in normal programs you could have many, many more variables. And suppose we only have 4 registers. So how do we distribute these variables to the registers of the processor in such a way that we cleverly reuse them? So now, as a human being, this program is small enough to essentially kind of take a look at it and decide, okay, perhaps 1 or 2 or 3 variables can essentially share a register, right? Because they're somehow not in conflict. So for example, if you look at this program, there's this variable A here. And if you look very closely, you will see that A is never used again. So apparently, when you execute this statement here, you will read the contents of this memory cell that is called A once, do some calculation with it, but you will never read A again. So that means the storage place, the storage space that you allocated for A can be freed and reused by other variables that may be assigned later on, for example, like this F here, right? So F is assigned at this program point. It's not even used before, so it means we don't need to allocate storage space for F up here, and A frees its storage space, its memory cell. So maybe A and F could essentially share the same register in the processor, right? And now what you could do is you essentially could look at other pairs of variables. Can they share the same memory cell or not, right? And for this program that is very small, you may actually achieve this by hand, but of course the programs that we are interested in practice may be very, very big with thousands of variables, right? And such a manual inspection is not possible there. So we're looking for an automated way of performing this analysis. So the first step towards achieving this goal is analyzing this program for a property that we call liveness, okay, of a variable. So a variable x is live at some program point p if what? So how can we define this? What is it supposed to mean? So the liveness of a variable is supposed to mean that we will need the value of the variable later on. And that indicates that we cannot free the storage cell, the memory cell, where we keep the value of this variable, okay? So this is an information that is crucial if we want to have some variables share the same processor registers. Why? Well, because if they're live at the same point in time, it may be that their value is still being needed, so we cannot allocate them to the same register. So what is a meaningful definition of liveness? We somehow have to express this is used later on or may be used later on in terms of this program structure that we see here. And mathematically speaking, it means something like this. So a variable is live at some program point P if there is a path in the program from P to some use of x. Okay? So what does this mean? A path is just a sequence of these edges here. That would be a path. And the way that I defined it, liveness seems to be a local property in the sense that you talk about the liveness of a variable at a certain program point. So you cannot say variable x or variable e or variable a is live, period. You're always referring to a program point, so some location in the program. So a, for example, is live at this program point. Why? Because there's a path here to this instruction where it is used. Okay? So is variable d live at, say, this program point here? Well, the answer is yes. Why? Because there's this path here to this statement, to this edge here where there's a use of d. But then you could say, wait a second. So I realized that this variable d is live here because I'm using it, I'm reading from it, so there needs to be a register allocated to this d. But what about down here? In between, on every possible path to this use of d, d is actually overwritten, right? So here there are two assignments to d. So should I really allocate a register, a storage cell for d the entire time of the program? Well, apparently not, because I'm using the value of d here, but in between, I don't need to allocate a register for d because I'm going to override the value of d anyways. So our definition is not as precise as it could be, and you can refine it easily in such a way to accommodate the situation that we have just seen for d, right? By adding that does not contain a definition of x. So a definition would be such an instruction that assigns a new value to the variable. Okay, so what does liveness now mean? A variable x is live at some program point P, so somewhere here, if there's a path in the program to a use of that variable that doesn't contain a definition of x. So now if we fill out, if we annotate the liveness of the variables to the program, we see it looks something like this, right? So D apparently is live at this program point because there's a path to a use. A is live. C is live because there's a path to a use. And B is also live, okay, because it's used here. So what about this program point? So maybe that would be my first question to the audience. What variables are live at this program point here? So how do you determine this? Well, you see if there's a path. So you pick the name of a variable and you see if there's a path from this program point to a use of the variable that doesn't contain a definition of the variable. So are there any opinions on what variables could be live at this program point?
Wir haben einen kleinen Versatz.
So certainly B and C are live. Why? Because they're directly used in this instruction. And I already spoiled this. A is not live. It's used here, but there's no path to any further use of A, right? So A is not live anymore. So what about D? D apparently is also not live because there's no path to a use that doesn't contain a definition. Okay, so only B and C are live here. And, and E, right? Because there's a path from this program point here to a use of E that doesn't contain a definition. Okay? So what about these program points? C will die. There's no further use of C, but there will be a further use of B. So that B is live, E is live, and F is live. What about the next program point? Well, there's no further use of B, so it dies. F is used further and E is used further, so there is E and F. Similarly here. So what about these two program points? The only variable that is live here is D, right? E and F have no further use. So this is D, this is D. And maybe somehow G is used later on as well, and then you could say that perhaps G and D are live down here. Okay, so now you can ask, how do I actually compute this? I mean, what we did right now is very manual, right? So we have this criterion, and we kind of looked at this program figuring out these paths, but how can I do this systematically? So that's also a very interesting discussion, but we're not going to have them today, on performing these kinds of program analyses in an efficient way. If you think about it a little bit more closely, you'll realize that what we just did manually is not really feasible in practice, right? Why? Well, the problem is that the number of paths that a program can have can explode exponentially. So if I'm giving you n program points, or if you're giving me n program points, I can connect them by edges in such a way that you have approximately 2 to the power of n different paths through the program. So if I applied this criterion here in the way that we just did, it would take me an exponential amount of operations in the number of program points. If you then see that a typical program may have thousands of program points, 2 to the power of 1,000 is way too long, right? So that's not something that we can wait for. So there need to be more efficient algorithms to compute this information, and I'm talking about this in the compiler construction core lecture, but not today. So assume we have an efficient algorithm to compute this kind of information. What can we actually do with this, right? So our goal was to determine how we essentially can share the registers among these variables, how we can allocate the registers to these variables such that they can be shared and we can economize a little bit on them, to put as many variables as possible into registers. And there we use a concept from graph theory by producing so-called interference graphs. So what we are going to do is the following. Two variables interfere, and interfere means they cannot be put into the same memory cell, into the same register, if there is a program point where both are live. So this is where we use this liveness information that we just computed, okay? And that's the purpose. If we have a program point where two variables are live, it means from this point on in the program, there may be an execution of the program in which we still need both of the variables' values. So for example, B and C here, they're both used in the next computation, right? Or for example here, if we're looking at E and F, the program may execute to this place where we both use E and F. So they cannot share a register, they cannot share a memory cell because their values would override themselves, right? So that's not possible. So based on this liveness information, we can essentially determine which variables are in conflict, which variables cannot share the same memory cell, cannot be put into the same register. That means potentially two variables that don't interfere can share the same memory location, the same register. So how do we express this and how do we come up with something like this? And this has a surprising connection to a totally different program that has been discussed for a long time in mathematics, that is closely related, that I want to discuss about briefly. So how much time do I have left? Like 15 minutes or so? 20? Okay, all right. Okay, so if you open up a map like this, you will see that somehow something is missing, right? So typically maps are not just white, they are colored. So sometimes if you have like topographical maps, so ones where you see the height of the mountains and so on, the map is colored in such a way that the color indicates the height of the terrain. But sometimes you also have political maps where each country has a color, just to visualize the borders of the colors, the countries more prominently, right? And of course, whenever you look at the political map, you will realize that two countries that are neighboring have different colors. That gives a better visual impression to the guy who is actually looking at the map, right? Because he can directly see where one country ends and where the other country begins, right? So for example, I don't know, Germany could be yellow here, right? And then, I don't know, Austria could be blue. And France could be red or something like this, okay? So this is what you typically see in political maps. And then if you're very cautious, you will see that whenever you open a political map in an atlas, actually the number of colors that you use to color such a map is typically not larger than 4. And that has been a long-standing problem in mathematics, if 4 colors are always sufficient to color a map in an atlas. And the answer is yes. That has been solved, I think, like 25 to 30 years ago, perhaps even a bit more. And the way to look at this mathematically is in the following way. You construct a graph from this map such that you have a node, a so-called vertex for every country. And whenever two countries are neighboring, you connect them by an edge to express that they are somehow in conflict in the sense that you cannot give those two countries the same color, right? So that this conflict graph or interference graph would somehow look like this. So it's getting very detailed around here. So I'm not doing this for all of Europe, but just for some of the countries. So perhaps like this, right? And then the rule for coloring is essentially, if you want to colorize such a map, you essentially have to assign different colors to two countries in this interference graph that are connected by an edge. So to other countries, so for example, so let's include the Netherlands here. So you cannot give the Netherlands and Germany the same color, but you can give the Netherlands and France the same color because they don't share a common border. They are not neighboring, and in this interference graph, they are not connected, right? So the Netherlands is connected to Germany and to Belgium, Belgium is connected to Germany, and Belgium is connected to France, but there's no edge between the Netherlands and France. So the graphs that you experience from these maps are special. They're very special. They're called planar graphs. They have a certain structure that allows them to be colorable with 4 colors always. So you don't need more than 4 colors. So in our setting, in program optimization, we can also come up with such a graph, such an interference graph, but now the nodes are not countries, but the nodes are variables, okay? So we can have a node for every variable in the program. And whenever two variables are live at the same point, so we have a bit more variables, perhaps I should also draw them, E, F, and G. And whenever 2 variables are live at the same point in time, which we have computed here with our liveness analysis in a manual way, they are in conflict. They cannot be assigned the same register. So here the analogy is that we use the variables correspond to the countries, common borders correspond to interference in the sense that there's a program point where they're both live at the same time, and the registers of our processor correspond to the colors that we use to color the map, right?
There's a question in the chat.
Excellent, great.
Are all program graphs always planar graphs?
That is a very good question, and that would be great if that were the case, because it would essentially mean that we would never need to construct a processor with more than 4 registers, because it would mean that we could always accommodate all the variables in 4 registers. But you can easily create programs where this is not the case. So this is not, so for programs that doesn't hold. Yeah? And I'd say a little bit about the graphs that we can see in this code optimization in a couple of minutes. Yeah? So this is just an analogy to show you that this kind of conflict graphs appear in different settings, but of course the interference graphs in programs are not always planar. Yeah? Unfortunately not. If this were the case, we wouldn't have a problem. Okay? So let me talk about the graphs that we can experience in this code optimization problem a little bit later. So let's just look for the second how we construct these graphs. It's all on this slide essentially. So whenever 2 variables are live at the same point, they interfere and we need to connect them by an edge. So for example here, A, B, C, and D are all live. So there's a program point, namely this one, where they're all live. So I connect all these variables by edges. So that means I'm getting a so-called clique of 4 nodes in the interference graph. And now we need to inspect all these live sets. So for example, E and F are interfering. Why? For example, at this program point, we see that E and F are both simultaneously live. And we see that G and D are interfering because down here there's this, they are simultaneously live. But D is, for example, not interfering with F or E, and yeah, with F and with E. So are there other interferences that we can see in this program? So for example, F, so now I think so I'm exchanging the names of the variables to save my drawing. Okay, so B is interfering with E, and it's also interfering with F, because we have this program point here where they both interfere. B is interfering with C, and C is also interfering with E. So I'm not getting around drawing an edge that is somehow bent like this. Okay, so that's not so pretty, but nevertheless. So perhaps I should have arranged the nodes in a different way. So the way that I arrange them on the plane doesn't really matter. The only thing that is relevant here is that they are connected by an edge. Okay, so where I put them geographically, so to say, on this slide is not important. The only thing that matters is that if they are connected or not. So potentially 2 nodes that are not connected by an edge can get the same register, the same storage cell, or the same column. So let's come up with a coloring of this graph, just for the sake of the example. So let me take the green color, which is the green register, right? So perhaps we have a green register in our machine. And let's say C gets the green register. And you see that C is not in conflict with G, so that means I can reuse this register for G. And I can also reuse it for F, because these nodes here, they are not connected by edges, which means that they can reuse the same register. So then you see that, for example, D is in conflict with G and C. They interfere, so I cannot assign it the green register. So I can give it the red register. But I cannot use the red register for A or B, right? Because they're both in conflict with D. But maybe I can use it for E, which is the case. So E is also in conflict with C. They have different colors, so that still works. Now you may have already noticed this clique. A clique is a completely connected subset in a graph. So ABCD is a clique. Requires that we use at least 4 colors. There's no way that I can color a clique with 3 colors because all nodes are mutually connected. So I have to use, let's say, the blue color for B, okay? So that means for this program, I need, so the way that I colored the graph, it also seems to be a minimum coloring. Why? Because there's a clique of size 4, and I cannot color a clique of size 4 with less than 4 colors. I'm not using more than 4 colors, so that seems to be an optimal coloring. So coloring is optimal if it uses the minimum amount of colors, okay? So initially I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variables, and now I'm allocating them to 4 registers. So I was economizing on the storage space by making some variables share the same register, which was essentially our goal because we wanted to move as many variables as possible into these precious registers of the processor. Okay, so now there are a couple of questions that you can ask yourself, and one of the questions that has been asked over the chat goes in this direction. It's very interesting to realize what kinds of graphs we actually have if we look at this register allocation problem. And by the way, how do we actually color these graphs? So what I did here, I mean, this graph has 7 nodes, and I can just color it combinatorially as a human being by looking at it, right? It's not a very complicated graph, and I'm just assigning colors. And apparently, with this small argument that I made about the clique, it's apparently also an optimal coloring, okay? So that sounds easy. But what if the graph has like 2,000 nodes, right? So what do I do? What algorithm do I use to color this graph? Is there an algorithm that we can use this to color this graph in a reasonable amount of time, and so on and so forth, okay? So then in theoretical computer science, you learn a couple of facts about the complexity of programs, especially also of combinatorial optimization problems like graph coloring. And there's a couple of bad news, okay? So the first one is graph coloring is what we call NP hard. Oh, N, that's not NP. So what does this mean? It essentially means that it's not clear right now. It's one of the biggest open problems in computer science. If there's an efficient algorithm that allows you to color a graph optimally with the minimum amount of colors in polynomial time. So what does this mean, polynomial? It essentially means that dependent on the number of the nodes, there exists a polynomial, so something like x to the power of n, that bounds the runtime of the algorithm. That is considered to be efficient. So in practice, even x to the power of 3 may be problematic, but for the sake of theory, polynomial runtime is considered to be efficient. So suppose you had exponential runtime and the graph had 1,000 nodes, it would take you 2 to the power of 1,000 to compute this coloring, and 2 to the power of 1,000 is certainly longer than the age of the universe, I suppose. So I'm not sure how old it is exactly, but I suppose it's longer than the age of the universe. And I guess we don't have so much time.
Was a question in chat.
Yeah.
So even if we do the planning in this order, still it might not be the best design. And they basically said, all right, they now see it's a bigger problem than they thought with the graph coloring.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I mean, this is something that you just have to believe right now. In theoretical computer science, you get a proof that this is actually the case. So you get a proper definition what NP-hard means, and you get a proof that graph coloring is essentially such a very hard problem. So for now, you just have to believe me. And so combinatorial optimization problems are everywhere, and since it's unclear so the famous question behind this is this P equals NP question, that essentially, if this question was solved, it would essentially give us more precise information about the worst case runtime of algorithms that solve these optimization problems. So let me put it like this. More on this in your theoretical computer science class. So now, okay. What we did here is we had this program, performed our liveness analysis, and then we constructed this interference graph and somehow colored this interference graph. So then I said, okay, graph coloring in general is an NP-hard optimization problem. And that somehow gives you the impression that, okay, this is a super hard problem that we are facing. But actually, I was essentially on purpose making or let's say my reasoning is doubtful in a certain way. So what I essentially did is I reduced an interesting code optimization to a mathematical optimization problem. So I said, okay, if you give me a technique that solves this problem, you can solve this problem as well. But with this reasoning, I cannot say anything about the complexity and the hardness of this problem, right? So if you give me a very simple problem and I have a super powerful machine that can solve very complicated problems, the fact that I can solve your simple problem with my powerful machine that can solve very complicated problem doesn't mean that your problem is complicated, right? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm saying, okay, there's a way of formulating this problem as a very complicated problem, but that doesn't say anything about this problem being complicated or not. So the real question that we need to ask ourselves to get some information about the complexity of this problem is this equally hard as graph coloring? So we need to look at the other direction, right? So the question is, how hard is register allocation? So that's one interesting question. There are many other questions. And informally, so I don't have too much time to go into this into more detail, but informally, let's look at the following consideration. So suppose this here is the set of all possible interference graphs. Okay, so this set is infinite and it's very large, but we can just imagine this set, right? So every member of this set is an interference graph, right? So it's something like this. So certainly this graph here that we've drawn up here is also a member of this set, but there are many, many more graphs inside. So if we don't make any restrictions on an interference graph, if you just pick an arbitrary graph from this set, then in general, there's this proof from theoretical computer science that tells us it's very hard to color such a graph, okay? But maybe, the interference graphs that emerge from programs cannot be arbitrary graphs, but are just drawn from a subset of this set of all possible graphs. And maybe this subset is can be colored in a super efficient way. Right? So there's also this set of planar graphs that we have seen in this map coloring problem. Right? So apparently, all planar graphs are four-colorable. You need at most four colors to color them optimally. These cannot be, the planar graphs cannot make up for the entire set of undirected graphs, so they have to be a proper subset. So and apparently for this proper subset here, there's special rules in play because we only need four colors to color these graphs optimally. So maybe these interference graphs that we have in this code optimization problem are also a subset that is benign in the sense that they're perhaps super efficient algorithms to color these graphs optimally. Unfortunately, there is a proof that essentially tells you the following thing. Give me an undirected graph, right? So you go ahead and pick an arbitrary graph from this set of all possible undirected graphs. And I can construct from this graph a program that has this graph as its interference graph, right? So it's the other direction. Here, I essentially used graph coloring algorithms to solve my code optimization problems. But when I reason about the complexity, I have to go the other way around. So you pick an interference graph, you make no restrictions on how this graph look like, and then you can ask, okay, does this interference graph ever emerge in a code optimization problem? And I would say, yes, it does, because I can construct a program from this graph that has this graph as its interference graph. And because I can construct a program from every possible graph, register allocation is at least as hard as graph coloring. Because apparently, if I had a super powerful machine that solves each register allocation problem, by transforming a graph coloring problem into a register allocation problem, I can also solve all graph coloring problems. And because I know that graph coloring is super hard, this problem needs to be super hard as well. Okay, so this is a classical complexity reduction proof that you will see in, of which you will see a couple of them in your theoretical computer science classes. Okay, so this sounds bad news, and it's super interesting. So you can do all kinds of crazy things, and I think I'm running out of time, but give me 5 more minutes. So for example, you can show the following thing. There are interference graphs or that there's a way to construct a program from an interference graph such that at each possible program point, there are maximally 2 variables alive. So what does that mean? If you look at this program, 2 variables alive means if you look at a program point in isolation and there are only 2 variables live, it means that there are only 2 variables in conflict. So it means, okay, I mean, if you look at all the program points and at each program point there are only 2 variables live, it's hard to imagine that you need to use many registers. But you can actually show or give a constructive proof that from an arbitrary interference graph you can produce a program where at each program there are maximally 2 variables live, but you need many, many more registers to color the entire program, to color the interference graph of this program. So that sounds very, very counterintuitive, right? Having a program where you, at each program point, there are only 2 memory cells that you actually need. But if you look at the entire program, you may need 1,000 registers, okay? And it's actually not very hard to come up with something like this. Maybe you want to think about this a little bit at home. And that is essentially, so what I've said here is essentially very bad news because every possible graph can appear in this problem. However, there are ways, and this is something that I'm not going to elaborate on, this is just something that I want to mention, that there are ways to transform these programs in a semantics preserving way, which means they're still doing the same thing, but you change the structure of the program a little bit, such that you essentially can restrict the graphs that can appear as interference graphs to a very benign class that you can color efficiently. Right? And you can make proofs about the structures of the interference graphs and come up with algorithms and prove that these algorithms run very efficiently and so on and so forth. All right, so that's it from my side. I hope I could share a little bit the enthusiasm that I have about computer science, especially in the interplay of mathematics, because it's a really nice game to express things that we see in the real life as computer scientists, as mathematical problems, reason about them in a formal way, come up with theories and theorems, prove them formally, and transfer the results back to the real world and come up with better algorithms, more efficient algorithms, and so on and so forth. Okay, so thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any upcoming questions in the chat. Yeah, that's it.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for doing this lecture, this small presentation. And I think all our new students will see that there's a lot of interference between maths and computer science and especially also, of course, in the real life, and if you're studying computer science, then you really find out how much math is used everywhere, and it's very interesting to see this.
Absolutely.
Especially also in code optimization, which is
just one application, right?
Just,
There's so many
one
more.
application, and one very important one, which you will learn when you start to program a little bit more in different languages.
Absolutely.
There are currently no questions. I mean, we also already answered two.
Yep. Great.
If there are any questions that we might have missed, just write them again. I will try to answer them, even though I won't be able to answer the questions about compilers and theoretical informatics, to at least not everything, not as good as you, but yeah, once again, a big thank you.
Thanks for having me.
We're very glad.
My pleasure.
And then to all the students at home, we will do now again once a small setup session. There comes a thanks in the chat for the lecture. Was a great lecture they wrote. And we will see you after this short setup session once again. So with a little bit of the study programs, which is, as I said, one of the maybe the most important lecture that you have to listen to, because there will be tips about how you write your exams and everything you know there. And I don't think it will take too long, so maybe go for a little pee break, but that's all I think we will need, at most 5 minutes for this. And see you then. All right, welcome back after this short break. After you've heard such a nice lecture from Professor Hack, and a very interesting lecture with a lot of information that you will find is very important in your studies, we will now come to one of the most important points of this day, as I've said before, the study and examination regulations, which are basically the rules that you have to follow to write the correct exams and to make everything correct so that in the bureaucratic Germany everything is working out for you. And for this, another Nicolas will do the presentation. He's also a voluntary member of the Students' Council, so Nick, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. So hi, yes, I'm Nicolas, and apparently I'm the other Nicolas today. And right, so before you had a lecture with Max, who told how you could register for exams, and now I'm basically telling you why you should register for exams and why you should register for exams and why you even need to take some courses to do exams. So, but first in advance, I would just remind you, if you have not done it yet, all students get an inbox from the university ending in @stud.uni-saarland.de. If you do not have access to this email box, please make sure that until next week, Monday, you have access to this email box, because from now on, all emails, for example, concerning exams, registration for exams, from courses and so on, will only be sent to this inbox. If you go to the hits-saarland.de website, you can set it up so that you can use it in your email program, or you can set it up to forward to your private email address. Please do either of those. And the other thing, in case of problems, there were a lot of content today and probably a lot of content on Thursday. You will probably not be able to remember all of this stuff, but if you have problems, there are some places where you can always go to get information or help. So of course, the student council here who makes this event will also help you, or has an open ear for all your problems, and if they cannot solve it, they can redirect you to the correct office who can help you. And three of the most important offices, we have the examination office. The examination office will help you with the administration of your study achievement. Basically, they will collect all your achievements you make during the progress of your studies. So if you have paper certificates, most of the stuff goes online and will show up in LSF online automatically, but sometimes you will get paper certificates. You can submit them there. You can get your transcript of records. If you need like a super officially transcript of records and it's not enough from LSF, you need a stamped one, you can get it there. You will register and submit your thesis at the examination office. You can apply for part-time studies. We'll talk a bit about that later. And you can go there, recognize external achievements. So if you're changing from another university to Saarland University, you have 1 semester to register your previous achievements. Please do this. So next up, the study coordination. The study coordination is always then available if you need help organizing or progressing your studies. So if you need answers about the study regulation, examination regulation, which we talk about now, if you need help with academic or personal problems. So if you see that you're failing a lot of courses, maybe you want to change your study course, or you have personal problems that cause a negative impact on your studies, you can always talk to study coordination, and then we can see what to do. So if you need to do part-time studies or study less, or you need to break semester, all this stuff. So they are here to help you. And also the study coordination is responsible if you want to do a semester abroad. It's maybe for international students not that important, but you have in Europe there's Erasmus. It's an exchange program, so you can go to another European country and study for 1 semester there. And last but not least, the admissions office. This should hopefully only be relevant twice during your studies here, they are responsible for enrollment and leaving the university, or if you change your enrollment to another study course, for example, and or when you need to take a break semester. Okay, with that done, this should be all the important offices. Now we talk about important documents. This will be a try. Yes, we have already questions.
There's a question concerning whether you can bring credits from another EU university.
The EU university, yes. So if you want to apply for credits, basically you get your certificate where it has your grade on it, and you need to provide a kind of description of the course. So usually universities have module descriptions, so like 2 pages worth that describes what kind of activities were taught in that course and how the grade was calculated. And then you ask in the study coordination, you will get a form where you can apply for it, and then they will forward it to the examination board, and then they will decide if it can be, if it is eligible for your courses here, and if you can get the credits here. Right.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answered the question. If not, write in the chat.
So, important documents. This will be the try section of the day, I guess, but last but not least, it's still very important. Basically, there are 2 documents or 3 documents, depending how you count it, that regulate how you study here and what kind of courses you will be doing here. There's the examination regulation, sometimes shortened to PO, and the study regulation, sometimes shortened to STO. Those, as I said before, regulate your studies and examinations. Very recently, I think 2 days ago, they have been made available in English or have been translated to English, so you find them on the university website at study, academic programs, bachelor degrees, your programs, regulation. We will take a short look into them at the end of the presentation. Also, they are linked on the StEP website, so you can find them. Yes?
And the follow-up question to the one before. So, for example, here has somebody done a Programming 1 course. Is it then possible to not take Programming 1 here again?
Yes, so that's what I mean. So if you apply to have achievements from other universities recognized, you apply for them, you present them, and then it will see how they fit into your courses. So if the Programming 1 are 2 independent courses, maybe on your university, Programming 1 is what is here is taught in Programming 2, or what is taught in your Programming 1 course is what's here taught in the software practicum, in the software lab. So you have to apply for that. As you will be taking Programming 1 this semester, probably please write an email to the study coordination that you want to apply some programming course that you have taken before, and then they will provide you with the details, because I cannot tell you now on the YouTube stream for what your Programming 1 course could be applied for here. But a professor will then check, on your transcript, what kind of contents were in the lecture, and then they will see on what kind of lectures it fits on this university. Because the naming scheme is, of course, not always the same. Okay.
All right. I hope this answered the question. It indeed did. Thank you very much.
So, homework for you. Please read your documents. Already there's a little catch. I said the study regulations were translated to English, I think 2 days ago. They're now available. Please read them. We will go through them later, but still, please read them. And the university promised that the examination regulation will be available on October 18th. So as soon as those are released in English, please also take a look at them. Examination regulation, you need at least to skim, so you see what's in there. You don't need to read it fully, but please read your study regulation thoroughly. So first, I will go over the joint examination regulation. It's the basic regulation for your studies and all the examinations that you need to do for getting your achievements. And also the examination regulation is the same for all computer science students. So you're doing a bachelor's degree at Saarland University. A bachelor's degree contains 180 credit points. What is a credit point? A credit point relates to about 30 hours of work. Work means you're sitting in lecture, you're doing a tutorial, you're doing your exercise sheets, you're sitting in an exam basically, and you're studying for yourself. Everything that's related to a lecture will move about 30 hours per credit point. And I said you need to do 180 credit points. You have 6 semesters. That means about every semester you need to do about 30 credit points. That doesn't mean you have to do 30 on point every semester. It will be sometimes 27, sometimes 33, but around 30 is the usual expected amount. The 30 CPs are divided into modules, so you will not do a 30 CP lecture, but you will do a lot of small lectures for 6 CP or 9 CP per semester, and it's different for each study program. The standard period of study is 6 semesters, but not afraid, not everyone is doing their computer science degrees in 6 semesters. Some people take 8 semesters, some people take 9 semesters, but we'll talk about that later. So also there's the possibility of part-time studies, which means if you have a job, you're pregnant, or you need to care for children, dependents, or some other reasons, you can apply for a part-time semester. That means part-time studies. That means you do 50 to 60% of the semester, so basically half of the normal credit points of a semester. To do part-time studies, you have to apply for them. This extends the standard period of study, which I mentioned earlier. And the exact regulations of that are regulated in the examination regulations. What is important here is there's no adapted study plan. So if you do part-time studies, there's no second programming 1 or programming 2 lecture for you in the summer or winter semester, so you have to adapt to that. Also important, if you're writing your bachelor's thesis, this also always needs to be to do in a full semester. So I mentioned earlier, some people take 7, 8, or 9 semesters to do their bachelor's degree. This is usually not a problem, but we have a progress control at Saarland University. What does that mean? At certain times during your studies, they will be checked if you have reached a minimum number of credit points. So after the first semester, you need 9 credit points, that's basically 1 small lecture. At the second semester, you need 18 credit points, and then so on and so forth. What you see, I mentioned before, usually you would do 30 credit points per semester, but the first progress control is only 9 credit points per semester. So there's not that big of a problem if you fail a lecture. You should pass some of the lectures, but it's not a catastrophe if you fail 1 or 2 lectures. So, but what happens if you don't meet this progress control? At first time, if you underperform, there will be a written warning, and you get an invitation to a counseling interview with the study coordination. Please take part in these counseling interviews. Study coordination is there to help you, and then they find ways how you can complete your studies with either part-time studies, change of course, and so on. After the second time, if you underperform, you will lose the right to examination. That means if you're losing the right to examination, your studies end, you will be exmatriculated, and you will not be able to take any computer science course or related in Germany again. So this is a very serious problem. But you have to I have to inform you there's a possibility to object to that. Also, as I mentioned before, part-time students have separate deadlines, but you have to read at that. We have another question.
No question, but I think I want to interject just with the information. The breakage of each of those times needs to be directly after the other. So if you fail the 3rd and 4th time that you have that you did not meet the credit points, then you have a problem. However, if you didn't meet the 1st and 3rd time, so with 1 in between, you don't have a problem. Both of these times that you fail the credit point limit, you need if they are both together and consecutive is the word I'm looking for, they're immediately consecutive, then you have a problem. If that's not the case, then you don't. Just wanted to check.
But if you fail the first time your progress control, please go to the counseling interview. They will tell you all this stuff in detail to make sure there's no second time that you fail progress control.
Please do talk to people, definitely. Please do talk to them.
So earlier, I think Max had it like 4 or 5 times in his lecture. So if you want to get credit points, you will take part in courses, but you will not just be given the credit points, but usually there are performance assessments or in normal language, examinations or other tests. For examinations and other tests, and I also will stress this again, you will to have register for exams timely, in time, on point, before the deadline, in LSF, in our course system. And also most professors require you that you register in their lecture system. But the important thing is register in LSF. To be admitted to the exam, most of the time you will have preliminary examinations. What does this mean? You will have exercise sheets that you need to solve weekly and usually need to do like 50% of the points to progress. Some lectures have quizzes that you have to answer, like multiple choice style quizzes, and currently during Corona it's not so often, but usually in the basic lectures you have midterm exams. So after the first 8 weeks there's an exam and you need to pass this exam, so you will be eligible to take the exam at the end of the semester. There are 3 types, mostly the most common 3 types of exams are written exams. In the big lectures, so in your basic lectures and core lectures, you will usually have an exam like with 50 to 100 other people. Written exams can take from 1 hour to 3 hours. 2 hours is the normal time frame of an exam. Oral exams also exist, but this is usually for the smaller lectures that you have in your higher semesters. Oral exams can take from 15 to 60 minutes. And think the most normal time is like 20 minutes, and then you will have to wait 10 minutes and then you get your grade. And also a special type of lectures are seminars or courses. And in these seminars, usually you will be graded on your homework and protocols that you do in your presentation. All courses, if they are graded, there are some minor courses that only you pass the course or you don't pass the course. But most types of courses will be graded, and the grades are similar to the German school system. So I think many countries have different grading systems, but in Germany and Tian University, the grading system is 1.0 is the best grade, and then it goes up in steps of 0.3, so 1.3 is the next grade, 1.7, it goes up until 4.0. 4.0 is the worst grade that you can get and still pass the course. If you get a 5.0, you fail. If you fail, you don't get any CP for your course, and you have to repeat the exam or the course. In all other cases, no matter if you get a 1.0, a 3.0, or 4.0, you still get the full CP for the course. The only thing the grade is responsible for, it will impact your average on your final bachelor's degree. So if you have a lot of good grades, 1.0s, you will have like a 1.0 grade, and if you have like mixed grades, you will have something in the 2.0 range and so on. Also, I want to inform you, if you have disadvantages like either mental or physically, there is compensation for the exam for it. If you're in one of those 2 categories, please contact study coordination and they will advise you on that. So either you can have more time, you get special equipment, something like that. Again, registration for exams, and I stress it again. Registration and withdrawal is possible up to 1 week before the exam. Please pay attention to the first date of examination. Sometimes the midterm counts already as the exam. The exam date will be written down in LSF and will be probably tell you multiple times by a lecturer. To register and deregister from exams, you need an ITAN. Please make sure now how to get ITAN numbers so you can register for the exams in LSF. If you have missed it, this was in Mark's lecture. He presented you how to get a full ITAN list. You got 2 ITANs. Please don't use them up. Create a list with 40 ITANs. It should be enough for your whole studies. Also, every exam is a different attempt. So usually we have 2 exams, a main exam at the end of the semester and a repeat exam before the start of the next semesters. The registration for each exam is separate and it will be 2 different attempts. And I stress again, in principle, if you're not registered, you're not allowed to take part in the exam. Before it was you had to register on the start of the semester, and people were still missing that. So we moved it to 1 week before the exam. But you have missed this deadline, nobody can help you. No need to ask the professor, no need to ask the examination office. Nobody can register you for the exam if you missed this deadline. If you have problems with registering an LSF, because your ITANs are invalid, because the servers are down, write an email before the deadline that you want to register for this particular exam and have problems. Then it's okay. If you ask after the deadline, no chance. The following 3 points should be obvious, but I will talk through them quickly. If you register for an exam, take part, and you fail with a 5.0, this will be a failed attempt. If you register for exam and don't show up or not attend, it will be a failed attempt. If you register for the exam and not attend and you have a sick note from a doctor, an official one, not a self-drawn one or anything like this, this counts as a withdrawal and will not be an attempt for the course. So this was for normal lectures. Now for seminars and also for the lecture perspectives in computer science is important. Registration and withdrawal is possible up to 3 weeks after topic assignment. So in seminars, you will get a topic assigned and then you have to work on this during the whole semester. And because you're doing all the work during the semester, the registration for the seminars is also in the beginning of the semester. So after you have registered for a seminar, this will be in your 3rd semester or up, you have 3 weeks to decide if you want to work on the topic. If you don't want to work on the topic, don't sign up in LSF. And if you want to sign up, work on the topic, please sign up in LSF. Also, I have not written it here. This is also important for perspectives of computer science. This lecture will also get a topic in the beginning of the semester. Please register after 3 weeks, but your lecture should also remind you about that. Also, you need an ITAN for registering. And again here, registering and failing means you have a failed attempt. And registering and not attending is a failed attempt. Usually you're not sick for 6 months, so the withdrawal method does not count here. Also, one mention here, seminars are from a category that have unlimited supply of seminars. There is no punishment if you fail one seminar. There will be hundreds of seminars in the next semester, or not hundreds, but tens of seminars available in the next semester. You just take a different seminar and you have no problem with that. So what does happen if you fail an exam? You can repeat exams. So if you failed an exam, it can be repeated 2 times. That means you have 3 attempts. Usually the main exam, then the re-exam, and then if the next iteration, then another re or main exam. As I said before, main and re-exam are 2 different and independent attempts. If you have passed an examination, you may be able to repeat it. If you want to repeat an examination, it needs to be in the same examination period, so in the same semester. So if you pass the main exam, you may be able to still repeat the exam in the re-exam. To be able to repeat an exam, it needs to be specified as improvable. That's usually the case for 80% of the courses, not always. It's mandatory for basic lectures and core lectures. Advanced lectures, the professor may decide if you want to offer re-exam to people who already passed the course. Most of the time, this is the case. And if you have 2 attempts and both of them passed, the better grade counts. So if you have a 4.0 in the first exam and a 1.0 in the re-exam, you get a 1.0. It's also true if you do it the other way. So if you have a good first exam and then fail or do not attempt in the re-exam, that's no problem, you get a better grade. So in the top here I said, wait, let me get my laser pointer. In the top here I said you can repeat 2 times, 3 attempts. This is valid for most courses, but there is a 4th attempt called Freiversuch. I do not translate it because here the translation is misleading a little bit. Written in your study regulation is basically most of the time is for all compulsory modules, so your basic lectures. You get another time an attempt. And the failed exam is then counted as a free attempt or a Freiversuch. To make use of this Freiversuch, there are certain requirements that you have to meet. You must take the exam during the normal 6 or your first 6 semesters. That should be doable because it's the first lectures you hear. And the exam must be taken at the first possible examination date. This bureaucratic term means you should visit the main exam. And the exam must be repeated in the same examination period. That means you should visit the re-exam. If you visit the main exam and fail it, and then visit the re-exam, for one of the lectures this applies to, then you can nullify the first exam, and then you have still 3 more tries. Also here my advice, please in the main and basic lectures, please attend the main and the re-exam to not give away this free attempt. So this is to encourage you to go to the main exam, even if you had not learned this good for the main exam. Then there's the hardship clause, and this is like a 5th attempt. But this is basically valid once for your entire studies, not per lecture, but for the entire studies. If you have been using up all your attempts in compulsory models, these are models that you need to take to get your bachelor's degree. And if you have finished, meaning you have passed all other compulsory modules, or there's another justified hardship account, then the examination board may decide that you get another attempt so that you not fail because of this one missing lecture that you don't have. But please learn before you learn for your exams before, so you don't need to apply for that. If you want to change your study program, it's no shame, many people changing from one subject to another because they see, okay, this is maybe not the perfect corner of computer science studies, so I want to maybe change to cybersecurity or the other way around. If you change your study program, you take all your failed and your passed exams with you. That means also if you lose the right to examination in computer science, you will not be able to switch over to cybersecurity, even if it's a course that's not mandatory in cybersecurity, for example. So this means if you're before your 3rd attempt or your 4th attempt in some lectures, and this might decide that you lose your right to examination, please go before the study coordination, asking them if it might be worth changing to another study program. If you're changing your study program within university, but not the computer science department, or you come from another university, to have achievements to be recognized, what we talked earlier, if you have maybe taken another university course before, you have to submit the recognition application in the 1st semester. So basically, up until the last semester, day of this semester, you have to apply to have them recognized. Please don't do it on your last day, please do it like in the next 2 weeks. So this was basically everything that's in the examination regulation, but as I said, it's just a breakdown of it. If it's released in English, please read it as well. So now for the study regulations. The study regulations regulates the purpose, the structure, and the content of your studies. This is different for each study program. So in the stream today, you will have two different study regulations, one for the International Bachelor's Computer Science and one for the International Bachelor Cybersecurity. So first about structure, as I said, you have to do 180 credit points. These credit points are broken up into modules. Usually those are lectures. A lecture is where you have professors sitting in the front of the lecture hall, giving a lecture, transmitting content to you, and you more or less watch it and maybe ask questions like before with Professor Hack. These lectures are often accompanied by a tutorial. So if you have like exercise sheets in those lectures, those will be discussed in tutorials that accompany to those lectures. Also, please ask lecturers questions. If you have questions, please ask them. That's why the lecturer is there in the lecture. Another kind of modules are seminars. In seminars, you will meet in the beginning of the semester. A seminar is about a broad topic in computer science here, and you will be distributed subtopics in this topic to each of the students that are participating in the seminar. And then you will be asked to usually give a presentation, maybe about a paper or a book or some other kind of material. And you will usually have to write some kind of summary. And then you will be graded on your summary and, most important, on your presentation. A third kind are labs and projects. So we have like practical courses. For example, the software engineering lab will be in your curriculum. And the software engineering lab is usually in the summer semester break. You will be here for 6 weeks in a group of 6 students, and you have to develop some kind of software. Usually it's a game, and write an AI for that. And depending on how you perform in this implementation, you will be graded on that. There are some kind of other practica, but those are in the elective modules. And finally, of course, you need to do your bachelor thesis. So after your 5 semesters, you have all your credit points. You will be looking for a bachelor thesis. It's basically a little bit more like a bigger seminar, but you will be given a topic from a chair here on campus, and then you will have do a lots amount of research on that topic and write a complete thesis about it. That's why it's bachelor thesis, and you have to give a presentation about it, and you will be graded about that. And this will basically the final course before you get your bachelor's degree. So, but how this is implemented, this is different for every study program. In case here, there's 2 study programs. So we have a quick look at them now. So I said before, they have been released in English like 2 days ago. So let's see if we can open them here on stream. Wait a second. So now I should be able to see my screen. So here on the university website, we changed to English. So, is it viewable? I need to zoom in a little bit. Okay. So we select study, bachelor degrees. I start with computer science now. Computer science English here. And if you scroll down this side, you will have the regulations. And here the examination regulation currently is only in German, but the study regulations are now available in English. So let's zoom in a bit here. And let's take the highlight thingy there. We will have like an introduction. It's all very bureaucratic text. This you can skip. So, but as I said here is the scope, what's contained in here, what are the objectives of the course. Oops. When you can begin with your study program, the types of lectures that you can have, like lectures, exercises, seminars, basically everything what I told you in the presentation before. But the most important paragraph, or the most important section of this whole document is section 5. Section 5 is the stuff that you will need all the time. Section 5 regulates what kind of modules you need to take. So here they tell you again 180 credit points, 30 per semester, and here are the modules. There are two types of categories that you have. You have mandatory areas. In mandatory areas, you need all courses that are listed below you need to take. For example, here, the Perspectives in Computer Science lecture. Or from the mandatory area, Fundamentals of Mathematics. You need to take Mathematics for Computer Scientists 1, 2, and 3. Then again, mandatory area, Computer Science. You need all these programming and theoretical computer science lectures. The Software Engineering Lab, which I talked before, this is one of those labs or projects that you need to do. So, and now, the other type of categories that you can have are mandatory elective. It's a little bit strange and counterintuitive, but mandatory elective category means you need to do this category, but you can elect from a pool of lectures from this category. For example, here you need to do introductory seminars. So we have two types of seminars. Introductory seminars, where you will be taught a little bit how a seminar works, and then we have the full-on seminars where you need to do a little bit more work. But mandatory elective category, introductory seminars on topics in computer science, it means we have every semester there's a pool of like 20 seminars, and you register or apply for those seminars, and then you get a spot in there. But the offering in these seminars changes each semester. So you don't need to do a specific seminar, but one of the seminars from computer science. Right. Then we have like core lectures. So all the lectures that were up here, like the fundamentals of mathematics, fundamentals of computer science, those are the so-called basic lectures. Those are the lectures you should take first, because they will teach you the basics of computer science, the basics of mathematics that are required for the higher semester lectures. So if you have finished those lectures, you will have core lectures and advanced lectures. Core lectures introduce you to one topic of computer science. For example, computer graphics or data networks, database systems. So really broad topics, but in really very much, 2 lectures per week in very much detail. And the other categories in your higher up semesters will be advanced lectures. Advanced lectures sometimes not always require to have you previous knowledge of a core lecture. So you will have the, oh God, what's a good example I can think of now? Telecommunications 1, I think, is the core lecture, and telecommunications 2 is the advanced lecture that sits on top of it, for example. Or after you hear it, computer graphics, you will have other graphics lectures that you can do on top of that. But the advanced lectures usually have a less amount of time, usually only one time per week. And those are also mandatory elective, because there's a big pool of lectures that you can choose from. So basically, after you have done all your required courses in the basic lectures, then you have all the possibilities in your 4th, 5th, and 6th semester to choose lectures from that you like, or in the topic that interests you, that you want to deepen your knowledge in. So a special thing for the international bachelor students are the mandatory elective category of language courses. That's not normal for our German students, but for you, you will have to take German or English language courses, but you should not, of course, not take your native language. So most of you will probably do German language courses. We have 2 institutes in campus that you can register for to take those German courses, but you need to do 6 ungraded credits, so that's usually 2 courses of German then. So if you already are well versed in German and English, then you can then take another course, but you have to apply that at the examination board, please. So, and then we have the last category, the freely selected modules. Usually it's called 3 points. You can do 7 ungraded credits. That doesn't mean that you need to watch out for courses that don't grade your course, but the courses you will do in this category will not influence your average on your bachelor thesis. And in this one is a mix and match category. So you can do all the courses you could do anyway. You can do more language courses, you can do tutoring, you can do an internship with a company. You have to apply for that, don't do it without applying for it. And other courses and modules which you apply for. Also, working in the Students' Council as elected member gives you up to 3 credit coins. And then finally, okay, it's not the final category, but then the really final category is your bachelor's seminar and bachelor's thesis. So for the bachelor's seminar, you will basically demonstrate the problem that you're working on in your bachelor thesis. So I don't know, if you're implementing a super cool new way of ordering stuff online, or a new algorithm you want to prove, you will present the problem that you will work on, and then in your bachelor thesis you will work on this problem and find a solution, or if it works or not, basically. So I think this is a really, good overview, also important. So section 5, this is the important one because it describes all the courses you need to do. We talked about the Freiversuch here. That's shown down here. The Freiversuch. No, that's not the important one I meant. Oh, this one is the important one I meant. Here in section 7 or section 5, paragraph 7, it tells you which lectures you get this 4th attempt, which is called free attempt or Freiversuch. So not every lecture has it, but only the ones that are described there. You can study abroad. When you can apply for your bachelor's thesis and seminars. So at the end of the study regulation, you find 2 appendix. Appendix A usually it's not that interesting. It just lists all the lectures and how many points they give. But the more interesting one is Appendix B. This is the example study plan. Really important is this is just an example how it is possible to do your study program in 6 semesters. You don't have to do it exactly like it's here in this plan. The only thing you have to make sure is that you do all the categories that were shown in section 5, but you don't need to do it in this order. But it's usually not a bad thing to do it in this order. So it totally makes sense to do mathematics or computer science 1 and programming 1 in your first semester. It doesn't make sense to start with a core lecture, of course. So I would say up to the 3rd semester, this will probably be your study plan more or less. Please remember, we are currently in the computer science study program. It's different for cybersecurity. But you see, you will have mathematics or computer science 1, and then 2, and then 3, programming 1 and 2. The perspectives in computer science lecture that will show you how the semester works, how the different departments on campus work here. And then, as I said before, the software engineering lab is usually done after programming 2 in your summer break. But yeah, no surprises there. And you see, if you do it like that, then you have like 26, 30, 29, 28 credit points per year. Yes, so we have a quick look, I think. So for the computer science students, this will probably be your first semester. Mathematics and computer science 1 and programming 1 should also already be in LSF. The perspective in computer science language also. If you want to do a language course, if you will be able to get a place in the language course, depends on you. So you have to look up the 2 institutes that offer them. But if you don't get your language course in this semester, no catastrophe. It's completely reasonable to only do the 3 lectures that you have there. On which institute?
ESZ. ESZ.
Okay, I just get yelled at. If you want to register for German courses in this semester, the deadline for registering is tomorrow on ISZ. Can you get a link on that?
Link is on the website.
Link is on the website. On which category?
It's right on the top.
In the top box you find the link to the registering for German courses. Deadline is tomorrow. So if you want a German course this semester, please try it there. So, and now we take a quick look also for the cybersecurity students. Cybersecurity English. Regulations, study regulation. We make it bigger and I get my highlighter. So here the first the first sections are usually the same. Okay, the objectives are a little bit different, of course, for cybersecurity and computer science, but like you start in the winter semester and you have lectures and all that stuff. Section 5. One important difference for cybersecurity students, you don't do mathematics or computer science history. You have a different statistics lecture. Also, you have 2 mandatory labs in your curriculum. But yeah, so a little bit different here. Please take a look at it. Please read it so you know what you have to do. You also have seminars. You also have you also have seminars. You also have introductory seminars. Also, the mandatory elective categories sometimes have like intricate naming. So here in this one, it's core topics in cybersecurity. If you go to the course catalog in LSF, the same titles will be there. So if you're unsure what's the core topic in cybersecurity or what's a complementary topic in cybersecurity, please go to LSF. It will be written there. So you have also the German or English courses. You have your 3 points. You have only 6. The other ones had 7. And you will do your bachelor's seminar and thesis, of course. You will have a little bit different set of lectures that are available for your 4th attempt or your Freiversuch. And also let's peek down there. Okay, I said before the A sheet is not that important, but in the A sheet, they will have also a list of the core topics, for example, in cybersecurity or in computer science, they will have their categories mentioned there. This is an example list. So this is a list of lectures that is usually available every 2 years. So sometimes even every year. Is it written here? No, I don't see it. But usually in the winter semester has a different set of lectures than from the summer semester. Not every lecture will be available each semester. Like programming 1 is in the winter semester, programming 2 is in the summer semester. So they switch this up. And important sentence on the bottom here, this is also for computer science, the examination board may add modules to or withdraw modules from the list. In LSF, in the course catalog, there will appear additional lectures that have not been written down here because now in 2020, they maybe didn't know that they will offer a lecture in 2022, and then they don't change this list, but what is written down in LSF counts. If you're unsure, ask the professor or ask study coordination. Sometimes it even happens that they maybe forgot it, or you think, oh, this should be maybe a lecture in this category. Then you can ask study coordination and we'll see maybe if they allow it or not. So we take a last thing, we take a quick look here, where the computer science students had the Ringvorlesung, the perspectives in computer science. Cybersecurity students start with Foundations of Cybersecurity 1. So this is a different lecture that the computer science student don't take. And for example, here they switched it up. Instead of the language course, they recommend you maybe start, or not they recommend, as I said, as an example study plan. You don't need to do it in this order. They say, why don't take 3 points introduction to Python, for example. So I think I have everything rounded down. See if we can come back here. Yeah. So, as I said before, please take a look at your study regulations. Many questions will be answered by them. And as soon as the examination regulation came out, please take a look in English. Please take a look at them also, because often students ask about a free attempt or ask about how many times can I repeat an exam, what happens if I fail a seminar. All stuff like this is more or less written down explicitly in there, but you're still, of course, encouraged to ask us in the Discord, or if you have like personal problems that may be a problem for your studies, personal or academic problems. If you have writer's block, all this stuff, study coordination is there to help. They are confidential. I don't know what else to tell. More questions?
All right. First of all, a big thank you to Nicolas for doing this big topic that is really important. I hope all of you listened closely and exactly to what he told you. But of course, if you do have any further questions, yeah, as Nick said, go to the study coordination. What you can always also do is go to the Students' Council. We either know the answer already, or we can point you in the right direction to the correct person whom to ask. So it's never wrong to go to the Students' Council. We are also confidential with us, so if you have anything that should not be talked about with anybody else, you can talk to us and it will stay within the council.
So basically, this was a lot to swallow. You probably didn't remember all of the stuff I said. But it's important to know where you can look it up if you need to know it.
Yes, that is probably the most important part. Other than that, I think the examination regulation is already translated into English. The study regulation...
Other way around.
Other way around. Study regulation is already translated into English. The examination regulation will be translated into English by Monday.
They promised. That doesn't mean it will be there.
Was promised at least, yes.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't see any more questions or any questions to be exact in the chat. So please do write us questions if you do have any. Otherwise, I write them down, and after especially reading the study regulation for yourself, you may then ask them in the either per email or on Discord or on Thursday, because as Nicolas's presentation was the last for the day, we are also finished here. The next time, so this step is not over. As you know, the next one will start on, for you, will be on Thursday. One important thing should, of course, be that there will be a game night tomorrow at 6 on the Sofa Discord, which you will find on the website. So if you want to take part in a kind of game night, then you can take part, please, again. Socializing event if you want to get to know other students, etc. So please do join us there. The more the merrier, and the better it is for everyone. Other than that, yeah, the two main three main scheduled times, deadlines. Game night on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Thursday at, I think, 12:30. No. The time's not correct. I think 11 o'clock. It will start on Thursday, but you can find it on the website more accurately. And last but not least, if you want to take a German course, you have to, the deadline is tomorrow. So if you want to take part in a German course, so German course for beginners, please do that maybe even today. That would be the easiest. Yes, otherwise I don't see any questions in the chat.
Do we have German viewers today?
No.
Okay.
No German viewers today. Yeah, there are no further questions in the chat. We will be here for we will be able to answer questions, I think, for the next 15 minutes, definitely. Otherwise, again, Discord, per email, or any such thing. Yeah, there is a German viewer. All right.
Okay, can I?
Okay. For other German viewers, I'm not sure if you're part of the international bachelors. If that's the case, then you're of course basically in the correct study or in the correct step. But you can any German-speaking viewer can also get to go to the normal step, which will start tomorrow and be on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for German-speaking students. Other than that, yes. So if you want to join us then as well, you will find some of these lectures, of course, will be repeated, but there will be a lot. There will be some more information, which is not necessarily relevant for English-speaking students.
But basically on Thursday, so today we had like our introduction to how does your studies work. On Thursday, the Master StEP team will give you an introduction to Germany, how to take care of the different offices and everything. And for the German students, they will probably already have done this, so you're free to do either join on Thursday or tomorrow on Wednesday.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. As I said, we will be here to answer further questions. If you do have any, write them to us. If not, they will probably be answered on Thursday. And other than that, after 5 hours, I think this was now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being this patient. Thank you to all the people behind the cameras that you don't see. Thanks to all the lecturers and all the presenters. And with that, have a nice evening, and I will see you. No, I won't see you, but we will see you on Thursday.
Bye.
Bye.